And welcome back to BPL Week 3, where today we are starting with A-League, where we have Fallout and Momentum. I'm joined by my two casters, Odyssey and Mara. What are your opinions on these two teams?
Um, they're both pretty good, I think. I don't know if there's really a clear favorite.
Yeah, I agree. This is like a close game, in my opinion, and it's good in the way that it's a close game between two good teams for once.
We have Fallout coming off of a 2-0 win over Aether last week.
Yeah.
Uh, and then Momentum coming off of a 2-0 loss against Ruination. So these two teams coming in very opposite, I see. Well,
Yeah, but I would say Ruination is like a very good team as well, though, and Fallout did beat Aether, but as captain, a bit of copium. We didn't have a main tank, so I don't think it's as clear as those previous results imply what's gonna happen right here.
Yeah, I completely agree with both of the takes you guys got. I think this is definitely going to be a very close game between two teams that are definitely scrounging around for a win right now. Not really being able to get any big wins, but like just able to get some some smaller like mid-table victories.
ah, and and so these two teams, uh, yeah, both 1-1, same map differential. How do we how do we think? What do we think for score predictions here?
I think it's a 2-1, regardless of the way that it goes. I feel like this is really hard to gauge. I would give the advantage to Momentum in maybe tank and support department, but I feel like this Rift dirt DPS line on the side of Fallout could absolutely be the difference maker for Fallout. So I'm not quite sure, but I'm gonna go with a 2-1 Momentum.
Yeah, I think 2-1 Fallout is just I think Fallout's a really good team. I think they have a lot of very solid pieces. Dust and Spook are both very solid tank players. Dirt and Rift are both very good DPS players. Bird Boys as well is a very talented main support player who came into BPL relatively mid-season last season, I believe, on Waffle, and I don't really know a whole lot about Manny, but that's about it.
Sure, I do think Manny is around the High Masters gem area, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, of course, but still, these are really well built teams from just as a unit. There's no like, there's some hard carries, I'd say, at some points, like DPS, some tanks, but overall they're super consistently good across roles, which makes it such an exciting game.
Yeah, I wouldn't say either of these teams are really like particularly lopsided on one role. Any standings checkers? Mod check? Hmm? 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 Wow, look at these standings.
I mean,
Yeah.
sure.
Uh, we're looking at Summit, Ruination, Monarch, and Solomon Island Sloths. Your four
Uh,
unbeaten teams.
I
yeah.
mean,
Uh, as six-piece Basalt and Battery admin aces and Aether. All four of these teams looking for their first win this week.
definitely, and that means I think there's gonna be two teams that will be unbeaten and without a win going into the break. And this is going to be, as I said for B League, one of the most defining weeks of the entire season. Because this is where mentals can get shattered or restored depending on what happens.
Yeah,
Yeah, that at least what happened with last season's break, excuse me. There was definitely a lot of changes with how teams played, as well as the comps they were playing, and maybe some roster changes, if I can remember correctly. So, some teams said, "Oh yeah, maybe we shouldn't start this player, or maybe this player should be our map 2 guy." Um, a lot of things changed, and I still think that's probably going to be very impactful, if not more impactful than the break that we had last season after the midseason tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we also are always in danger of the possibility that a patch will just randomly fly through and shake everything that we know up? What if they just delete ball, you know, or like Ryan? That just happens, you know, or like a certain comp just gets giga boosted and some 0-3 team goes on a tear for the rest of the season. So let's see what is in store for us from the in the mid season. Let's hope it's not too crazy though.
One team's just gonna commit to fully playing Rush and only play Rush. I'm getting a feeling about that one. But going into
They're gonna
map
go
one,
top 4 with it like every season.
yeah. Starting off on Volskaya here. You know, these starting rosters aren't too surprising. I think these are all.
Just main.
I would say they're like their main rosters. You know, there's no subs here. Looking at Fallout on the attack here, though, do you have any predictions for the comps they're gonna run, or?
I'm thinking they're gonna play something like ball dive oriented here on Volskaya A, which I think is pretty good at this point. And yeah, I called it. Rift on the Sombra actually. It's a pretty standard comp though.
They could be doing a little bit of trolling, but Momentum here playing out a little bit of a unique comp on this defense. The Hanzo Kree Rush with the Sigma, not something you see too commonly, but it's a more poke-oriented version of the Rush comp. You know, we have the Sigma who can spam really well, the Hanzo and the Kree who are always out there fishing for picks, and then you have the Rush core of the Ryan, the Baptiste, and the Lucio, and you can really just... If you can get enough early damage, you can definitely just chain fight wins off of that.
What are they
Fallout.
doing here? Look at this. This position they're holding it for Momentum is interesting, but it's just gonna be the quick fire strike, so we'll charge.
Fallout is pulling out a very interesting comp here. They are not going to be on the ground at all.
Mercy,
This is something...
Lucio? That's particular, but let's see how it goes.
Very good read, though, from the side of Fallout here, and realizing, oh yeah, they're going to pull out the rush on the attack here. Getting the early Mega Room control is massively important for this comp. Calderon taking a lot of damage already, being pushed into the Mini Room, taking a lot of spam damage from Dirt, but Jack just pins Rift up against the wall and kills him, so that's a really good start here.
I'm interested to know, and that's good. I think this is great, if I can comment on it, from Momentum. I think they were also, you said about Fallout being the ones expecting Momentum's comp, but I think Momentum are actually expecting Fallout to play this, because they're not playing that Mei, which is so ever important in the Rush mirror. They're playing a sort of comfortable variant of Rush, but with the Kree Hanzo, which isn't really built for Brawl mirrors. It's more maybe to play against Fallout's comp that they were expecting here.
Yeah, Cowboy is a really good hero at deterring dives, especially like this aggressive of a dive where literally everybody is going to be on them, except maybe the Sombra, but everybody else is going to be running it down mid. So having that close range stun dealing with so much burst damage, and here comes the High Noon already from Parity, just zoning out the Fair Mercy from Fallout completely. Dust Eater is setting up on the top left high ground right now, just trying to set up for a dive here, coming in with it. Dirt dealing a lot of damage, just one direct, not going to be able to confirm the kill though. Dirt coming in with the barrage here in just a second, and Parity does fall to it. Great uses of it there.
Flying.
And now they're all being stuffed into the Mega Room here. The window coming out.
Onto the Mercy though, that's only Lucio heals left now.
Only Lucio heals in a very long-winded fight here because they're still almost all alive. But with the committing of the beat from I think Fallout should still be able to win this fight even. Jack is trying his hardest to pull out some heroics here, but that should just be 0.1 for the side of Fallout.
That's just the Baptiste going down there is basically the nail in the coffin there for Momentum's hold. Especially, I like Jordan swapping over to the Diva though, and I was saying about them sort of counter picking. Okay, I was talking about counter picking, but you may be hitting something a little bit too hard here, Jack. I mean, he's coming out of spawn with it. He's moving up to the doors with it. He's committed to this.
I respect it.
I respect
Fallout
it.
have so many ults right now that just one single pick might be enough for Momentum to win a fight off that. If they can somehow like maybe hook Rift out of this EMP or something like that, or just hook the Mercy, or maybe like just get a lot of damage onto the ball of the Diva. EMP coming out here.
Oh, it's a 5-man.
The 5-man.
There's nothing they could have done about it.
Barrage and EMP here should just secure the point with Fallout in a blazing fast time after a little bit of a slow start on first.
The funny thing about that hook ability is you can't use the funny ability when you're hacked, like with an EMP. So that plan does not work out and leaves Fallout with a humongous time bank on Volskaya.
Yeah, maybe the hog pick was a little inspiring, I'll say. Um,
Listen, he doesn't. If he hits those, he hits those, and they win that. It's crazy.
yeah, but unfortunately he has to hit those. And that didn't happen there.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Momentum balls to the wall here. You have a massive time bank that you're just looking down the barrel of right now. You could pull out a lot here. I mean, I think this team could probably play a faster, a comp similar to Fallout's, you know, with the Ball Diva. Probably not a Fair Mercy, at least from what they're saying in chat right now.
Except gonna be. I fully expect them to run out on this Bastion. I do not think this is a bait pick out of spawn, by the way. I think they're gonna do some TP shenanigans.
Yeah, that's that. I totally believe you. And Fallout, by the way, are just running the exact same comp, and I think that it's a perfectly good read here. The Pharaoh and the Sombra are so good at managing the aggression from the rush here that if they can even just get, you know, a couple of like good directs to where Jordan can follow up on the damage, or just a hack onto Jack, or just a hack onto Kylo Ren even on the Bastion here, they will have an opening to just spam in and deal so much damage to this. What is, I can only assume, is an abomination of a rush comp and a pirate ship comp here, going from the left side onto the high ground.
Full Metal Alchemist, just like combination of the two. And are they going really far left with this? And a rift has gone out. And money as well! It was completely run out. There was no way. And that's the Symmetra. I mean, you gotta leave now, but they can't really. They're gonna be staggered out a little bit. I mean,
Rift scouted that so well. Just immediately after spawn reads, oh yeah, they're playing Bastion, so you can go set up on the right side and just boom them off a little bit.
that was
Yeah, that's
tragic.
exactly how that
And they're
ends.
still in here after that time. That's like a minute already gone off of that one scout boot. That's not what you want to see. And then they're going to be giving up on this and swapping over to a more aerial comp, I would say.
I definitely think Jack's gonna switch off after this Shatter. The Shatter could provide a lot of value if Fallout plays close enough to the ground where Jack can actually shatter someone, which I don't see happening, but you know, wilder things happen. Good flash.
Oh, he does
that's
get
dead.
just on the gauge, but he doesn't need to use a shatter for it. Just pins him out. That's a bit of a chat MTD right there, and somehow V gets the res off.
But V falls in return, and now Kylo Ren's essentially in the air by himself,
So
just getting hounded. Oof. There's so much. These fights are being taken so fast by the side of Fallout that there is no time for Momentum to actually do anything here. And Jack is currently just kind of stuck on this Rhine. I don't.
Yeah, maybe maybe he's afraid of going ball with the Sombra to play into, but I mean it's gotta be something being done here. Because the ults are also not being built for the side of Momentum, as that's a quick team fight for Fallout once again.
But if they can pick off Bird Boys here, it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. But they're definitely getting close to it. Wait,
Rift, though,
wait a
and
second.
Bird
Wait a
Boys.
second. They're down 2 here. If Kylo Ren can stay alive in this mini room,
Wait, Bonnie
Jordan.
dies to the baby diva of Jordan. All of a sudden, it's looking so winnable for the side of Momentum.
I think that was a little bit of just trolling to the side of Fallout.
Oh,
Kylo Ren on
does?
3 HP.
Oh.
Wait, no. How are you winning this fight? Inspirational window from Romad, but that should be somehow them capping.
These
A
ones
little bit
spawn
of
till
a-
7, okay.
They're all so low though. That bomb has still got a lot of value, even if they get lamped.
Oh no, don't tell me they lose this after that. That would be
Oh.
the most cruel end, Mora, to this.
Wait,
Not
there's
looking like it. This is such a
Kylo Ren is
scrappy
still
fight.
up.
I mean, still, it's once again a big one inside of Fall. I don't know who's winning this. I have no
I think
clue.
Momentum is winning this.
Spawns,
Maybe?
they have to be, surely. With the spawns,
Oh, the EMP
gets
though.
invested? At this point into the fight, Jack falls as well. This is ridiculous. I mean, spawns should be in Fallout's advantage so heavily. Still, I mean,
Fallout is trying their damnedest to win this fight, and they're getting close, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. They are forcing Momentum to invest ults here, but crucially, they're really not investing a whole lot many of their own. But with Romad falling, it might lead to something here. Oh, Rift
no.
as well finishes off Kylo Ren. They might be able to win this. Dirt does get traded by parity. On the point right now, it's Pandemonium.
Right,
So much
this
damage
should
being
be
done.
it. This should be
No.
it. This Sure.
I don't think it will be.
Both DPS going
Dust-
down. How will they be able to finish off picks for the side of Fallout?
It's just tank for the side of Fallout, but they're not dying. That's the crucial thing here. V getting dangerously close to that beat could be the finish for them in this fight. Oh, they
the C9, and he invests the Valkyrie as well. Right before the C9. This is the opening. Look at them. They're sprinting the point for the side of Momentum. The momentum is being set in. They're going. This is their go button.
Jack is trying his hardest.
Okay.
Oh, it's hacked.
When I said it's the go button, maybe it was just Jack. Maybe I was misled a little bit.
Okay, so once this fight is calmed down here, as soon as this ends, because neither of these teams are trying. They're still investing in this fight. This fight has been continuous for 2 minutes. I think with the death of Romad here, they should be able to finally securely win this fight, but I mean, knowing how these teams have been playing this entire match, I honestly don't think that's true, but I think finally Momentum is disengaging here after what was like probably around 3 minutes of just a continuous fight.
Yeah, I think their big mistake there on B, wanting to get B so fast, they booga'd without oogaing, you know? They just went in, no brain, all monkey go, you know?
V is setting up for the EMP here. Doesn't hit onto V or onto V though. They should be okay. Wait, what?
It's incredible. No, the EMP simply the B comes out, able to deny that EMP, and then they're able to re-engage onto Fallout, who overextended maybe a little bit, thinking they would get more with the EMP barrage. Instead, it's the side of Momentum that's finding all these picks.
Momentum's finally getting a foothold on this point here, but with the beat coming out from Monty, it still could be winnable for the side of Fallout. With Romad falling, that's almost all their sustain gone. Dirt falling in return could mean something here, but with Fallout having all these spawns and Dirt getting res, as well as Parody falling, this should be a very, very ugly fight, one for the side of Fallout after a pretty bad start here. But so much being invested from the side of Momentum that I don't know if they're going to get another good fight here. Jack trying to fight his way until the end, but it looks like they finally just have lost this fight. But with how long these fights have taken, I could still somehow see Momentum stalling well enough to win. Oh, Jack. You know what?
Oh no. Jack, buddy, we gotta have a meeting about this. We love you. This is an intervention. This might be an issue.
Okay. Parody, if Parody can build this EMP fast enough and he can hit big enough, they might be able to win this, but the Hog is just going to be free ult charge for the entirety of Fallout here. And with Colorado falling that early, I don't know if they can win the fight. That's
they might need to get
really
out.
Drawn out here.
Okay, now they officially need to get out. You cannot stall this out. And Jack just falls. And really, I mean, this Hog pick is really questionable, in my opinion.
Okay. Parody can set up for a touch here, and
All
that's
right,
about all that it can happen here.
And he just goes back to ball. I'm not quite sure what that was about. This EMP could be big though. All of these targets are really susceptible after the EMP hits.
Alright, there's the EMP. Hits pretty big, getting...
Not the free, is
the Bird Boy's following. Maybe this could be a start here for the side of Momentum, especially with the beat and the rally being both invested. Jack does fall, and the bomb, if it hits big here, might lead to something huge. Jordan losing the mech is not a great start here. With both tanks dead for the side of Momentum right now, this really is just a fight of attrition. Is who can last longer on this point. With Monty getting the beat out though, Fallout might just be able to win this off of pure HP alone, and that seems like what's happening. And Fallout are your first map winners after what felt like an eternity of just fight after fight after fight that just never ended.
Absolutely sloppy, brutal fights, so scrappy, just absolutely punches being thrown, none being pulled. I mean, I don't look at this as well. This was cheeky. Rift gave them the info and they followed up brilliantly on it. Incredible.
I must say, I really do like Fallout's comp into the rush of both, or into the rush Momentum, but just rush in general. It's a very good pick because what is the rush going to do? They will get point control, but if you can continue to spam them out, you're just going to get a lot of value out of just farming your EMPs, farming your barrages. Even getting 1-2 targets with those is more than enough to win a fight if it's taken fast enough, which is definitely how Fallout was taking those fights.
Absolutely. I mean, also, just the crossfire is so brutal. They're so mobile, engage from any angle, and you can't really engage onto anybody there. Especially with the Lucio, instead of like a flex support that they were playing, they knew that they were like that momentum's gonna pull out the rush, and they left nothing to be found basically on their side.
Going on to Eichenwald here though, do you have any more silly predictions? I predict more Pharah from the side of Fallout. If momentum is just going to continue running this rush,
I see the
Uh,
Bastion rush working this time. I
me too.
I promise. Also, need momentum to get this reverse sweep here, or else I'll be like 0-5 on my official broadcast predictions, which I can't have happen.
I don't even remember who I predicted at this point. Honestly, I think I predicted Fallout. I don't know.
See? And there's gonna be some swaps coming in as well. Georgie Boy coming in for the side of Fallout, and I think that's gonna be all of the swaps. So far.
Yeah, that's all the swaps here. Georgie Boy is also playing off tank, so the supports of Fallout, Bird and Mani are still in here. So, no, Georgie, I don't think has ever played Diva or off tank Diva, I guess, on an A League broadcast. Maybe once
I think last
during
week he did
season
though,
one.
actually.
He did actually. Excuse me, I just completely forgot that there were previous weeks of BPL.
Yeah,
They did
unfortunate.
not.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see Georgia coming from Spooka. This might be a little bit, it's not a much weaker B lineup, but it's still a B lineup at the end of the day. So maybe this momentum's moment to get some momentum going for this reverse sweep.
Ha 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 ha
uh,
ha. I'm thinking. I'm predicting there's gonna be like a quadruple overtime for some reason. I just think that this is gonna be a real slugfest, but in the end, momentum is somehow with some amount of shenanigans is going to win this fight, or win this map rather. I think with how well they weren't necessarily taking very good fights, but they were stalling very well and making their fights take a long time to be able, like, even they're not necessarily winning those fights, but they're making those fights last long enough where it looks like they can win, or maybe at least Fallout looks like it has some amount of self-doubt that, oh yeah, we can't win this extremely drawn out long fight.
so yeah,
I don't know.
an 8 to 9 icon wall is what I'm hearing.
I'll say 5 to 6. 5,
Absolutely.
6.
Maybe, yeah, it's gonna be a 9 to 9 draw. No winners. Then Escort's gonna be a draw. They're gonna draw control somehow, and we're gonna be here tomorrow.
We're gonna get a map crash on control. It'll
Yeah,
happen again.
yeah. Imagine that
Somehow it'll
happening.
happen.
We're gonna play 3 control. We're gonna play 5 control rounds, going back to like season 1 Overwatch.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna
We're
be
just
great.
gonna revert. It is going to be incredible. I remember in like season 1 of Overwatch, just map 5 control rounds were absolutely awful. Like,
Oh, they're like,
not like I don't mean in serious. I mean like you can get, I believe, 2-2 in control, and then you have to go to a round 5 of control after playing every map twice, which was awful. That sucked.
it's really no. I thought it was really good. Anyway, what if we do a coin flip to decide the series? Let's really get back to our roots,
Yeah, I think we can revert to Monkey. We can revert back to Ape Overwatch in season 1, season 2. Hmm.
Let's see
You,
here.
you have any good coins on you? I don't have any on me right now.
Have any? Let me check here. I do actually, as a matter of fact. Let me see. All right, let's predict the map with this coin as we're going here. Let's do an No Country for Old Man. I think
Okay.
heads. I think momentum's got to be heads with a logo.
Head momentum has to be heads, yeah, of
And
course.
tails is Fallout. All right, let's see.
I wish we could stream this, but or you have the face cam for
You have
this,
to
but
trust me on my word, but it's tails.
I trust
so
you.
I see a Fallout winning the cards.
Oh no. Oh no. Somehow,
no, wait,
some way.
is tails like the number?
No, oh wait.
I don't.
We-
I cannot show it.
We
You
don't
know,
have face
you have to
cam.
trust me on my honest word as a caster and a professional. that it's
This is
probably
unfortunate.
the side that isn't the number, which I think is tails or heads. I'm not sure.
Well, I don't know how your coins work in that back-ass country of yours, but I'm
Your
sure they
Belgian
probably work
coins.
normally. I'm sure if there's like a head on one side and numbers on the other, the numbers is the tail. So
Yeah,
you
okay.
know,
Let's do
that's
some
how it
further
be.
research here. Yeah, while we get ready here, let's do some research into coin creation.
Oh yeah, yeah. All right. Now you better give us give the class your finding. You know. Come on.
Let me see here. I'm googling which side head is supposed to be actually, 'cause I'm not sure.
It's pretty obvious, but
No, but there's no
I'm-
head on either side. There's no on
Wait,
this
what?
coin.
Do you not have an American coin?
Okay, so
no,
the
he
number...
lives in Belgium.
Okay, the number is the tails, which means it landed on head. Which means momentum win this map.
All right, this is.
We are
I
we are professionals, and we are doing this like professionals.
We're very good at stalling. That's all I can really say about this. Coins are interesting, you know. You ever thought about how coins
Let's not make
have
this a coin
value?
thing. We got so many things we can talk about. I do not want to talk.
Okay, okay.
We could talk about the
Sorry.
schedule for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
Here's
I
the
was actually
schedule.
gonna bring up the other games today. We have Aether versus Basalt and Battery coming up next. What are your opinions on that game?
Those are games that are gonna happen. That's for certain.
Definitely
I-
two teams playing. I mean, I agree.
One
but-
team will win.
I
De-
I
debatably.
I don't think either team's gonna win in that series. Both teams are somehow going to lose. I don't know how it's just going to happen. I'm sorry, buddy, but I don't know.
I pray not. Could be this number.
We
And
also
we have some
have
good games like our
Summit
third-
versus Sloths.
Summit
There's-
versus Sloths is gonna be our
that is-
closer of the day, so stick around for that one. You don't want to miss it. I promise you. And then after that one, it's gonna be our third game is actually Whirlwind versus Zenith. So it's gonna be.
I think those are
Vincent-
two teams.
Yeah,
Vincent
I mean, it's
versus Azu.
Vincent versus like the rest of Cowboy crew really. Be interesting. To
I
see
think that both those teams are probably pretty close. Like both, for some reason, it just feels very skill-wise to me that they're both pretty close.
Yeah,
Okay,
I would agree. but
finally.
we are in the map. Our expert stalling. We were stalling better than the 2CP maps out there. So we were rewarded.
I
with-
disagree. No, they were stalling
Really?
real well there.
Absolutely. As we will now move into Icon, it's gonna be Fallout starting on our attack.
Followed on attack is gonna pull out Pharah. Momentum is gonna pull out some funky double shield stuff.
Well, it's
I was
Rush
very wrong.
and Junkrat, so you know.
Hey, Junkrat Rush goes hard. I don't blame
Well,
them.
they're once again playing Lucio Mercy, which I am so interested in. I mean, I said it before, it's so difficult to get onto a single person in this comp, and it's gonna be the Pharah Tracer instead of the Sombra this time. So Rift making that swap up doesn't feel like playing Sombra on this map.
Yeah, I think that Sombra really doesn't get a whole lot of value on this map. There's not really much in the way of architecture you can hide behind to get some poke damage or like really valuable mega packs. Most of the packs are spread around the point that are mostly almost exclusively defender favored. Jack, what are you doing? I remember seeing this by British Hurricane and Contenders. If this is pulled off successfully, I will cry. We need to watch.
Oh,
this game.
no.
They're going for it. Oh no,
Oh,
they're going
no,
for it.
he's been
They got
spotted!
it! They
Enemy
got it!
AC-130 has been spotted. Oh my goodness, what was that?
All right. Oh no, and parity falls. Just
This
with
troubles-
3 rackets.
Okay, it's gonna be the
from third.
reverse pin. Jack's getting all sorts of stylish right here. I mean, I love it. But meanwhile, for every stylish play he's done, a teammate of his has died. So maybe it's not worth it.
Yeah, this is just a little unfortunate for the side of momentum here. All style and no substance for this first point hold. It kind of just goes away pretty fast. Rift does get a pretty late, or does get picked pretty late here, but with Jordan and Kylo Ren both dying, I don't think that's gonna matter really at all.
No, yeah, I mean that was clean. There's no other way about it. Just I mean,
Oh.
they made it flashy on the side of momentum, but it was just quick and precise evisceration on the side of Fallout.
Faramir, Faramir.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. See, they're mirroring this. They're mirroring the entire comp besides parity on Tracer. We still on McCree. They're also playing Mercy and Lucio. If this is meta, I will cry.
I think if the Cowboy works in theory just to shut down Dust and Rift, but if you're just dying so fast to spam, or just not even
There
really
it
being able
is.
to counter, yeah.
I mean, full mirror on a sad momentum. In a way, bending the near, but Kylo Ren's looking clean on the Pharah to make it happen, and the direct.
One direct on
onto-
dirt. Ooh, this is
Alright,
getting close
look,
here.
Second one, it's the Mercy,
Wait,
but not.
it
Oh wait,
hit-
it hit the Mercy, and the splash damage killed dirt. That's insane,
Okay.
actually. That's
This
kinda
fight is going on for quite a bit here, but I think with that Valkyrie in the end, they will still win, especially with the Mind from Dust picking up both of the supports from the side of momentum here. And Fallout just seems to have a really good understanding of how to play this comp, even in the mirror, which I don't think many teams would opt into, especially with a team that has basically only played this the entire series.
I like the balls being shown here by momentum. On full display, just absolute confidence in themselves. And while it isn't exactly working, they're making it. They're looking flashy while doing it.
Parody
I say that
picking up
Parody.
two. Wait.
Quite
Ooh,
huge
Ferris
and-
trade as well.
These pairs have traded so much already in this short period of B. Like the second time that they found out each other, but Dust either goes off the map. I didn't see if that was a boop or not, but
Apparently it was a boop from what that context in the chat goes. Ooh, wait, Georgie being demech there is horrifically bad for the side
And
of
they're leaving
Fallout.
him.
'Cause now, yeah, they're
that's-
leaving him as well.
that's off the
And
map
they had to
pretty
reset
quickly,
there.
though. That buys them just a little bit of time, and it's okay. Jack goes off the map there, but I was gonna say that they're looking really, actually surprisingly solid on this mirror comp from momentum.
But with Parody being hacked in the backline, that's just essentially a free pick here. And now Fallout has the door wide open here, unless something from Kylo Ren on this Pharah can just kill like 1 to 2 members of Fallout. I don't think Fallout can really win this. And with, oh, Jordan gets booped off by Mani. And now with,
And
wait,
V as well. Mani going huge in this bridge area.
what?
Jack.
Okay, Mani just killed.
Okay, at some point, it like, fool me once, shame on you.
Oh!
Everyone's falling off the map. It's raining momentum players. 5 momentum players go off the edge right there, and
Oh, and the invest the beat. They're switching back to Rush, which. Oh.
I mean, it's okay for this final point, but I mean, what did I just witness? Is the barrage going to be invested? It is.
Oh. Alright, they're just switching here. Please switch.
No, they
Okay,
won't be
the
swapping.
Pharah isn't that good on this point. So, in theory, this rush should be better. But, if Fallout plays fast enough, they will just lose. So, it really comes down to how fast Fallout plays and how well Momentum can resist that aggression coming in from Fallout. But, Momentum
Eyes
has...
on this EMP. Oh, this is going to be a
Alright.
huge one. If it gets out. No, it gets settled! Hardy was ready for it. Absolutely. No. That was a quick eye spotting right there. And I mean, that was. There's no need to go for
They
something
can
like
still
that if you're
lose this
Rift.
fight, is the worst part. With Romad falling, they have almost 0 sustain here, and with the barrage for coming in from dirt, and Dust
Oh,
picking up the
no.
entirety of the team, they are just going to cap Eichenwald with a monstrous time. Not better than that Volskaya time, but I mean, you really
There's
can't complain
still
how well these
room
have gone.
for a recontest though. It's still possible.
That's a very... But with a Diva Bomb, I don't think they're gonna...
Oh no, that's. I mean,
Oh no.
I feel like momentum. They have the skills, but the way that they're sometimes doing these engages is a little bit, a little bit too off the goop, as you would say. Like
I think I would say that.
Yeah, they're absolutely like they have got the skills to pay the bills in this mirror, but just the way that they're playing it can sometimes leave. things
Jack
high.
could get a shatter here, maybe? Nope,
not with that
happening.
hack from Rift coming out. That
But okay,
Really?
Kylo Ren is still stalling in point. You think he can get another touch in? That doesn't happen.
they
Okay.
will not- and that's still such a huge time bank for Eichenwald. For a map like Eichenwald, escort absolutely 2 minutes 30 seconds is really big. And now what do you do if you're momentum?
I mean, I think you pull out the Echo and just try and mirror, but with a better hero.
Or you
Pharah sucks.
or you beg for the rush mirror in chat, which is also is a possibility.
Hey, that's based,
I
honestly.
was effective. It gives me Atlanta Rain vibes against the Shanghai Dragons. Remember
Ah, I do remember that actually.
when they asked
Yes.
for the Rush Mirror? That's see if Fallout are honorable enough to
Let's see. Momentum. Okay.
no.
Play
They're
Echo
on a mission.
challenge.
They're one and
Oh,
one, and they are on a mission to get their top
they're.
tier here and heading into the break, which is basically mid-season. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Attackers incoming.
I wonder how many of these teams are even going to be scrimming in mid-season. Like, I guess it depends on your performance, but
It depends on your mental, I'd say.
okay, momentum, please, just play Echo, please. It's worth a shot.
Nah,
At least,
they're going
man.
Genji, baby. That's what I like to see.
Oh.
I mean, I don't, but also, I mean, you know, if they play Genji and just get first, that's a quick day on the job, you know. Let's clock in, clock out, get my salary that doesn't exist. I'm perfectly happy with that. I would
Okay,
love
they're
to
gonna
see them.
teleport over the roof here and then get booped off and die.
Jack's gonna pin the Pharah. Watch this.
All right,
He's
here
typed
comes
it
the
in
teleport.
chat. Come to daddy. Let's go. Okay, never mind.
Ooh. Okay,
Instant
wait,
broke
what?
down and instead as Baptiste dies.
What
You still pin
is
Pharah,
going
you know?
on?
I wouldn't be able to even like save my life. I could not answer you what is currently occurring on my screen. You
A
like
little bit of
momentum?
trolling, I'd say, is a pretty decent way to describe it. Echo challenge has been fulfilled. They have pulled out the Echo here. Can
Kylo
Kylo run
Ren's
solo the
looking-
Fair Mercy?
So it's looking good mechanically on the Echo. Like I feel like they can just mirror this on a ball count, but they're really committed to the rush. Which sort of puzzles me because I feel like Jack has a good ball, like actually.
Oh, okay. They somehow get 2 picks here. Rift loses the 1v1 to Thee. And Bird Boys does fall, so now this is the opening you want for the side of momentum here. If Jack can somehow just do something, but with Romad falling, I don't know if they can do a whole lot. The
do
the
think
duel
so.
is won.
It's something, a huge downside of the mobility of this Lucio Mercy comp is that once the Mercy's dead, that's your sustain entirely gone. I mean, especially with these mobile characters, Lucio can't heal all of them when they're so spread out as they're playing. Mercy's far more able to do such a thing. When the Mercy falls, that's it basically. It's all of your staying gone, and you'll be able to pick off one by one as we saw there.
Crucially here, though, is that Rift really didn't get a whole lot of EMP charge there, I don't believe. So if Momentum takes this fight fast enough, they might be able to just win off of their EMP. Especially with Joji Boy being hacked, that might just be enough of an ult battery for the side of Momentum and Parity specifically to get that ult. Dirt coming in here, dealing.
Oh my goodness, Kylo Ren seeing a star is just punched. I've never seen a person get punched in the face by a barrage before, but that might have been it.
That really was it here. Okay.
Okay, can a Mercy live?
I don't understand how they did it, but they won a fight really using Barrage, which is not something that happens very common. That ult sucked.
Yeah, I mean, when you sucker punch someone with it, it can be a pretty interesting ult, I guess. See, Mani's on the long on a quest.
Mani.
An actual
Money.
quest using the trees. This is like watching a Mario Odyssey speedrunner playing the game. And it's a big EMP bomb taking out support line as well.
And the Diva Mech just to add some extra sauce to that soup. Sauce? I don't know what I said.
Some extra sauce to that bomb. The monkey artillery coming in. Absolutely playing
Good
screaming.
hack on the exit there, though, with Dust finally falling. Doesn't seem to be taking the challenges from Jack in the chat, though. If
Wait,
Parity
wait,
throws
look
up
at
an
this.
EMP,
Look
wait,
at
no,
this.
no,
Here
no,
over
no.
the pit right here, this could be so huge.
Bird
actually end up
Boys.
falling. That would have been so sick, but it's still a good EMP onto the Pharah Mercy, which allows him to clean up.
I think that Fallout might be able to win this fight if it goes on
No.
long enough, because they still have some pretty good ults. They have both the support ults, they have the mines, they're coming up on another barrage, and if Dirt can
this
somehow...
is a separate fight though in my eyes. See this? Oh, the translocator from Parity has been spotted.
Enemy
Bye.
spot. Rift
See-
taking so much damage here. They might be able to get that early kill,
that
and
Parity, must have been, yeah, the translocator must have been found out there and just taken down when Dirt called it. Just, oh my goodness, that was almost tragic.
Jack is trying his hardest, but I don't think even with the Shatter that fight is going to be winnable here. So much invested from the side of Momentum into very little reward here. Romad dying that earlier just put the nail in the coffin before the fight really even started. It started and ended as soon as Romad was hacked and then just trounced upon by the entirety of Fallout.
I mean, like, Bromad's getting caught out so much in these fights, and it's not even their fault. I mean, playing BAP into this seems utterly miserable, if I'm being honest.
Oh!
And
And there goes Romad again. No, Dirt, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Dirt.
Don't. I mean, okay, he's not. He didn't.
Your support has arrived.
He
Yes,
still
he-
did kind of do it to him. But
It was on the ground at that point, no longer aerial with one, and Dust just goes in.
Dust touches the spawn doors again and gets punished for it, unsurprisingly. But Fallout here still have a very, very good ult bank here,
Oh,
having
no.
both tank ults, the EMP, and having
Rift's in the
another
back
Valkyrie
line.
here.
It's 3 AM, he has EMP. Officer, what do I do? I guess we just call. Never mind, it's gonna be that's good, such a great solo hike onto, and Romad's dead again! No! Utterly tragedy. I mean, I don't think the rush can work into this composition at all. Like, they're so good at just picking them off, poking them from either angle. And yeah, this Baptiste is at such a stationary support, even with the jump and field, you just don't live.
Okay, Georgie Boy does get demeched here, and Dust does fall. This could be a start here if the rest of Momentum can get back. But with Jordan getting booped off here, they have 0 point presence. So now they're going to get another foothold on the point here. And with Parity falling again to Rift, Sombra, if I've ever seen one, they could... Yeah, like, they can't win this fight now. And the Shatter... Oh...
I mean, as I say that, Romad finally getting their revenge after an entire round of just getting their inside stuffed in by Dirt, finds that with Fara pick, so something could be happening right here.
Okay, EMP coming in from Parity here. Only picks
Only
up
gets
Mani,
the
I
kill.
believe.
Yeah, it was only on Lucio, but they did finish them off, so you know, maybe value, as I say that, Romad gets, yeah, reunited with a life spawn door. Oh,
Wait a second.
that was alpha though by Kylo.
Wait a second. No. That's 2 picks. No shot. No shot you could get a
Surely
barrage
not,
pick here
actually.
too.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be the mech of Georgie Boy dying. And even being booked out, V and Kylo are going so huge in this fight. They might be able to clutch this
That is-
out, and stickies are great.
Somehow a copied Pharah gets more value than the Echo has for almost this entire round, it feels like. The Echo has just been punished so hard from the side of Rift, just constantly solo hacking him before the fights even start. Tyler Ren finally able to do something on what is essentially a different hero at that point.
Alright, and now they're moving into the rush part of Icon Wall, really. So maybe Momentum are able to cap this out. They got the Shatter, they can build up an EMP. Farady's almost double of Rift's charge at this point. So this is looking doable. There's no real ults on the
no
side
EMP.
of Fallout. And they're gonna
No.
be mirroring. For the first time in the series, they will be taking Momentum in the rush mirror.
Momentum's not even they're just gonna lose this rush mirror. They're not playing Mei. Unless Dust gets absolutely, like, their angles
As
broken.
you-
Oh my god,
That's
that's
a huge
man!
shatter by Jack. I think that's everyone on their back, maybe. That was insane. Look at this. They are built for rush. That's why they
Okay.
wanted this rush mirror. If you are calling for it the entire game, that's the energy you gotta be showing when they oblige you. That was
Okay,
incredible.
Jack just broke Dust's angles. And now with Jordan having the bomb on point here, they're going to have a real hard time touching. But with Jack getting frozen there, and the beat coming in, there's going to be a lot of aggression coming in from the side of Fallout here. Bomb being thrown into the chandelier might actually get a pick here
Oh,
onto
the
Rift, which is crucial. And the Rift on the Monty! Jordan
Monty.
clutching up here. Oh my gosh.
Ball. Go back to ball. Oh, wait, there's something in my throat. I apologize. Maybe the rush
And they
life...
cap with time.
Wait, they do not yet though. It's still 14 seconds. They have to finish them off super quickly now. This needs to be excellent target focus for the side of Momentum if they want to have even a shot of finishing this map. It's looking doable. And they do it.
Oh,
Get it done.
maybe 2 seconds left, I'd say there. That
What
was
a
close.
clutch. V says it in chats. Stay rush. If I'm Fallout, I'm not doing it. I mean, that was just the most one-sided the series has ever been. Right
Okay,
there.
okay. Jack, if you can continue doing that against, like, some funky rush comp, maybe Momentum has a chance here. But I just think they're just going to keep pulling out this Pharah, and then they're just going to keep having the worst experience of their life playing against a corny ass hero. Like you
Maybe,
can't
yeah.
really do a whole lot against
They're
that. And
Momentum, so in this entire series far, we haven't commented on this, but they're absolutely trying to dominate this mental game. And maybe it might be getting to Fallout after that rush mirror stomping that was delivered to them.
that wasn't a stomping. That was Jack absolutely breaking their ankles, and then like they went into surgery, and then they were broken again. I don't understand
was-
how like you don't get how disgusting that
It
was.
not close in the slight. It was an annihilation. It was. They got eradicated on point C. I've never seen someone get tussled around like that before in a rush mirror.
But I don't think they're doing this because they're playing against the comp that just directly.
One. Attackers in
Maybe,
adjusting angle then
maybe this is what they needed all along.
I mean, yeah, but like, can they actually do enough here to like take this fight fast enough to actually win against this Pharah? Because there's so much damage being done here. Romance,
What about Indo?
importantly, switching over to the Moira here to actually get enough sustain. But I don't think it's gonna be enough. Cause wait,
But you know, as a charitable team that they are, Mani and Supportive just donate themselves to Momentum. And at what point are you Fallout and you think, yeah, maybe we trolled a little bit too hard?
yeah, I don't even know what's happening at this point. It's Fallout Spaghetti is just on the floor right now. It's somehow reached the Earth's like the molten layer of Earth. It's so far gone right now. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
That was the cleanest, like that was the most open and shut fight I've ever seen. And then Mani,
Mani is in the backline, and meanwhile, Bird Boys gets picked off again. Momentum are on fire. They are so fired up by that rush mirror, like stomping and delivered, I think.
okay, Mani is trying to do a little bit of trolling here with this boop, trying to see if they can get a C9 here, but I don't think that's gonna happen unless something absolutely clowny comes in from the side of Momentum, where they just all manage to comically get off the point. Dirt taking so
That
much
would
damage in
be
the air right now.
Mani-
Where is
Mani
Bird
just
Boy?
dies for their troubles. Oh no, and
I
Dust is
don't-
gonna get hacked
Oh, and
over on the
Dust gets
side.
scouted out and hacked,
What are
and now
you
there's an
doing,
EMP for
Momentum?
parity. What? I don't understand what's happening here. I guess the mental game really has been won. They're just losing their minds. It's
Did the B-League team sub in after halftime? What's going on here?
that
what
was
am
a
I
great
seeing?
EMP, but with a 6-man, they might be able to finish it.
Oh,
They
they
get no
could.
kills off a 6-man EMP,
don't
and
get
then
the
Romax is
resolve.
gonna have the cold here. What the? What is happening
I
on
am
this
losing
point?
my marbles looking at this from Fallout.
They do
have
Mercy.
a Mercy carpet on the field. They do not care. This is the most Chad Overwatch I have seen this season. Momentum are the people's champ in this game so far. My lord. Jesus. Say do anything, please. It's unholy.
The only way this could get better is if they somehow get off the point
Why
and
is
just.
Dirt on Doomfist right here? Why is... And they get the Moira, but it's not like the team's gonna be doing anything with it. The Moira's gonna be coming back with a good spawn, so... And now it's... Are they swapping? Please don't tell me they're swapping Rush on third again, because
They're not. They're not.
They are.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh, why?
Well-
no, I'm very glad that
Jack's-
I want to pick not go through. Jack has
Jack
Shatter
will
in
break-
third of Eichenwald. Don't do it to him. He's but a boy. He's but a boy. Oh, no!
Heck!
He's just a boy. No.
No way! This is what is going on?
Fallout really said, want to see me get absolutely destroyed on Rush, and then said, want to see me do it again.
Do it again.
And now the EMP
Okay.
is on the side for Momentum. Are we actually gonna get the 9-9 Eichenwald? If it happens, I am going to lose just my sanity. And the
Oh,
EMP is way too
EMP,
early!
EMP.
Beat is way too
Oh
early, the
my-
EMP just catches everything, and Dust is already dead again!
Okay. Do Momentum have somehow done the most astounding capture of this third point in overtime here? And
This
Uh,
is...
you know what? I'll be. Okay.
This is a mental breaker. This could boom a season. Like, what am I seeing right here? In the 19th or 18th century, I'm sorry for my science nerds, Newton invented gravity, just so we can explain how Fallout is dropping this pasta so hard. this pasta is through the Earth score. It's in Australia. They're eating good over there. This is
That must be the greatest plate of pasta the world has ever seen. I have no words for what just occurred. Momentum somehow with 1 minute,
my brain is
losing the
broken.
first fight, are able to cap fully on overtime. I had to put these words out just so I can like visualize what just happened.
I like the adaptations though. Romad on the Moira, so they're not as vulnerable to the Pharah composition. Parody and Kylo Ren also not running the traditional rush DPS with this Sombra Echo kind of to like mirror Fallout. It's such a crackhead like on the fly adaptation, but I really like it. And speaking of crackhead adaptations,
Fallout. What are you doing there, buddy? What's
Jack,
happening here?
4, 3,
Okay.
Jack's gonna do some business. That's expected.
little bit of
really.
business.
I shouldn't be surprised. This one's only gonna be a really measured whole play there. Just get the fire strike for some charge.
Honestly, though, I could still see Fallout somehow getting good progress here as long as their mental isn't completely crushed here. We could get like the 6-5 icon vault that I predicted at the beginning. I don't know. It just depends on how good their mental is here right now.
That would be. Oh no, that's the hack onto Rift. Absolutely, just unable to do anything right there.
That is not how you want to start this round here, but with Jordan, I'm gonna say Jordan fed. I don't know what you were doing there, buddy.
Yeah,
With
that
Monty
was
being hacked.
interesting, but as well, it's looking. They're gonna be holding on to the side of momentum.
Kylo Ren and V are getting so much pressure being dumped onto them right now, and the entirety of Fallout has just kind of walked in and killed them. There wasn't a whole lot that happened there, but Momentum don't really need to win. You know, they don't need to hold first. They just need to get enough ults where they can win 1, 2, maybe 3 good fights, and then just hold them there for like, you know, the 30 seconds that it'll probably
Hell,
take
I mean,
to realistically
Truly,
win that.
they need to win. Even if this card goes all the way to the end of C, they basically need to win like a fight at that point, right? I mean, 2
They
minutes.
only need to win 1 fight.
Basically, I mean, a couple if they want to hold earlier, but they're going in, so they are ready.
Oh, Bird
And I mean,
Boys.
Bird Boys passed away. That was rough. I mean, that was you have this Orion showing up at your door sometimes. You know, it happens.
Sometimes she's just coming to advertise, you know, the church. You know, no official church is going to be stated for.
Hell
reasons
yeah,
on
I
the-
have a church, the Church of Momentum, because I am at the altar praying when I'm seeing this. My
Okay,
word, and EMP is committed onto the backline here.
EMP's committed, and the Trent comes out as well as the rally. They support Mets, and with Monty dying there, if they can take the fight fast enough off these respawns, I don't think it's going to happen because they have all died. At least getting a good EMP fight here. Especially with Bird Boys not having the Transcendence to counter it here.
Yeah, the counter EMP is not on the field for Fallout, neither are any of the support ultimates, so this EMP for Parody should be so powerful, and oh my god, Bird Boys is dead.
Speaking of EMP, yeah, they're down
That-
2 here.
And Jordy Boy was hacked, so there's no ability to bomb to get back into the mech as well. It's being played so...
And this is the fight that Momentum has really been saving up for here. They just need 1 good fight, but they're not taking it super cleanly here. The picks being traded back and forth, but in the end it looks like Momentum might be able to win this just off of the spawns, but with Dusty
No,
somehow
with-
picking up both of the supports of Momentum, they might just lose here.
Alright, they have 1 more fight, it looks like, on B, and then Fallout still has to get to all of C, which is the best rush point of the entire map, and we've seen how the C points have gone so far this series, and it's not looking bright for Fallout if they try and get this rush mirror going
But
again.
Fallout still have really good ults right now. Rift has the EMP, they have the bomb, the mines, the Transcendence soon. EMP comes out here with the bomb out onto
Huge bomb on
gets
the tank line.
dust.
It
They need to get on the
incredible
point
damage
though.
Oh no!
But with V
just-
falling, wait, Parody in the backline right now doing so much damage, getting both of the supports, I believe, and there they go. And it looks like Momentum somehow have
Won
barely
this
won
map.
this fight.
And the
this
map.
even.
I mean, they started with a Fallout attack that left them with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and Momentum nearly got like held on B. and then they clawed us back to a 6-4 victory. You're almost correct with the 6-5, but what a map. This might be my favorite map of the entire season so far. My
That was-
sweet God.
That was a map, and Monty gets played the game again. Lucio plays the game from 2 maps in the series here, getting both of the supports, I believe, or both the tanks rather, and the. And give it a second for Jack to die.
Huge. I mean,
there it
yeah.
is. 8
I am
minutes of
blown
objective.
away. And what do you? I think it's Havana next, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, you can play Rush there for sure.
You can play Rush there, yeah.
I mean that
But-
if they really. Yeah, so it's going to be Havana for the 3rd map, and if Momentum can do a close hold with Rush and maybe force Fallout to mirror them to get out of spawn, it's looking real good.
I see no reason for Fallout to really mirror them out of spawn though. They can just keep playing the Pharah, just hack them enough to get maybe 1-2 good picks, and then just break that spawn hold. But again, if Fallout is still on the attack here, as you said, so I mean, if they don't have any better idea, I guess they can pull out the Rush. But with how Jack was just breaking the angles of
Destroying
Dust,
I mean, it's an MTD the size of which I haven't like a Dust versus Jack on Rhine is like me versus like Kobe in a basketball game. Like it was really that not close. I hate to say it, but it really was. Like I might hit some shots against Kobe, but Dust was not hitting things against Jack, you know.
Dust just needs to. I don't want to sound rude, but like, stick to the ball, man. You're doing fine in that hero. Just
Yeah, listen, buddy. Sometimes you gotta know your limits, and Jack is showing Dust like his limits. Absolutely.
This is just a clinic on how to play Ryan. Like I feel like this is like one of those tutorials. Those
This
tutorial
is
like
a
Ryan
Karki video. We are in a Karki video.
How to play
How to
Ryan
play Ryan
successfully.
into spam comp. And it's gonna be Spooka coming back in for the side of Fallout.
Yeah. Of course, going in for Georgie Boy, who's playing the off tank. Momentum's gonna play Ryan. Fallout's gonna play Pharah. It's gonna.
Right.
You know what? I feel like Fallout is going to get full health.
I have a history of jinxing things, so I will not be commenting on this game because it's too good. It's too good.
You know what? I see this. I see the escort draw here. I see it. It's gonna happen.
If that happens, we are living in accursed times, and Momentum should be cleansed from this league with holy fire. I mean, it's such like I don't even know what this final map is gonna have in store for us. I'm worried. I'm honestly worried for the results of a BPL game because I might not be able to take it.
Okay, so it seems like Fallout is requesting the defense here, which you know what? I respect that decision. You know, you want to put your good foot forward here on this point of Havana here. Reset the mental. You know, just try and get your positioning. And there's the side switch here, so we should be getting the map momentarily. But do you think any more shenanigans are going to happen like that? We just absolutely don't expect that should not ever happen in any conceivable universe.
I mean, do you think that? Because I'm the guy. If this map goes the way I expect it to, then it's not a map of the series.
And we should be finally arriving momentarily into Havana. Just give it a second. Give it a second or two. Yeah. And there we go. Hey.
All right. Here we are on the beautiful streets. I think it's Cuba. It's Cuba, I mean, right?
Yeah. Havana, Cuba. Yeah.
Well, these streets
that's
are
the
about to.
location.
The streets are about to be not so beautiful when this game is done, I fear, because we're about to see absolute pandemonium on the streets of Havana for this final map in what has been just a crackhead crazy series so far.
Okay, so we see a couple of changes here. Fallout is looking to pull out the Rush, and Momentum was looking at a double shield here, but as soon as they realize, oh yeah, I can just kind of destroy them on Rhine that Jack will just make the realization, and then like the two neurons in his brain will fire, and he'll realize I can switch to the Reinhardt hero and then just absolutely decimate the entirety of Fallout.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Dust is like, yo guys, he had Shatter twice. I can win it this time, I promise. Give me one more chance, bro. Please, bro. Third time's the charm. But if Jack decides that I could honestly, oh, there it
Wait,
is.
no.
There's
Okay.
no way that they spotted, and Jack's just like, give me rush or give me death. I would.
They're
honestly go in
committing.
it. I fully believe that they were rolling out a pirate ship, but saw the rush combat, said, we can take this.
All right, not a great start for Jack here. Oh, the dirt on the
What was
McCree.
Um,
Gets such a good start. Okay,
Dirt died
actually
already.
though, the Cowboy Fallen there might be enough for them to win this next fight if they can respawn and take it fast enough, because no Cowboy means no flashbang, which means Jack is might to be able to play the game for once in the game, for once in his entire life.
Funny May hero. This is funny May hero is unfortunately on the side for Fallout, so. And you can see, and it's gonna be a TP pin. Oh, I can't find anything, but I like the idea.
I like the spirit coming in here. Jordan taking so much damage on the right side. The entirety of Fallout is just falling onto him. With the window committed here from the side of Fallout, but Dust and Rift
even
both
through the
falling.
amp healing, even with the amp matrix providing so much healing, they still can't live through this damage by momentum. Could be
So the spawn hole is
best.
broken, but honestly, that's a good investment from a good fight from the side of Fallout. They used no ults other than the window. Momentum had to commit 2, I believe, and they got a minute and a half off the clock.
I really am questioning the decision to mirror rush here. Like, I know that like, sure, getting like rolled twice on C isn't like an indicator, but it is. When you look at this, it's just, they look so much more well versed on this rush composition than you. Just, there's no need for this, really.
I think earlier in the game, like Dust said that we haven't scrimmed rush at all, so I just don't understand it. You're doing fine on this ball fair comp, and now Momentum has the momentum to cap first here with a pretty decent time bank here. Jack, don't do it to him. They're only children, please.
Yeah.
All right, Jack doesn't seem to be doing it to him, which is good.
Maybe he's just going for the flank angles to absolutely threaten the mental. Can we also comment on V Zen, or we're just gonna let that happen? Because I feel like
It's just
that's-
happening.
okay.
Oh! All right.
That's gonna be
They try to really get the whole off either team, but TP somehow Jordan and Parody both fall.
I don't know if that TP is what Jack wanted, maybe. Okay. After that quick intermission where Kylo Ren gets fucking executed out back, we are back to this team fight, and Jack has somehow killed Mani with a pin. It seems like Dust is typing, maybe.
No, Dust is just
I was
vibing
gonna
out.
stay silent. I agree. Maybe in this situation it's best to not say anything sometimes.
Okay, V has a transcendence, so this has to be the greatest transcendence ever reported in human history, because otherwise they are just going to. Because
I would
that
love to see a
ultimate,
Lucio. I love the Lucio hero.
yeah, play the Lucio challenge, impossible. Window comes out early in the game here, but there's transcendence into their faces, and Jack pins Spooka into the backline, but Jack, ooh, falls, but the shatter from
Baptiste, though, and
Dust.
this Zen might actually get a lot more value if it's like this. Oh my god, how does Rift get picked there? Jack is a Sigma male on the Reinhardt today. Absolute just insanity. I mean, if Momentum were able to take this series, I don't think there's any other pick for MVP on my side.
I mean, honestly, yes, but also Kylo Ren has been silently just doing so much on this May, but I completely
This
agree
is
with
no.
your opinion there.
The loudest game deserves the loudest MVP.
Okay, okay. Okay, wait. Jack here, trying his hardest to get some swings in, getting dangerously close to that shatter here, getting a lot of good damage in, taking a lot of damage in. Likewise, though, the pin onto Parody, while Parody wasn't able to get anything done there, and that's a pretty well taken fight there, only really using one ultimate, actually two, with the beat as well as uses the bomb. Dirt picking up 3 there. Okay, V has successfully completed the swap to Lucio challenge.
This
Which
is
is
big.
big.
Yeah, this is huge for the side of momentum. As well as parity has gone over to McCree already, not Symmetra anymore. It's gonna be interesting to see what he can get done on that hero.
Both Rhines have Shatter.
But it's gonna be a Blizzard. That's such a huge Blizzard. That's everybody. Just oh no.
And as well, Romad did use the window there, so that's just a window used for essentially nothing.
Yes, I mean, so did Bird Boy, so at least you got some ults out for the side momentum. And you're going to be able to recontest with some pretty good ults. I'm not sure if I like Jordan still being on Sigma though at this point.
I think the Diva is just a very safe pick, and that's a huge flux. If they can
being
somehow
able to take down... Jordan was able to get the high noon off, that's an incredible flux, just as I doubted the Sigma pick. Jordan goes out
Jordan
huge
gets
with that
30% ult
that's a
charge.
5k. You might go, give him 6, give him 6.
Give him
That's
the
gonna be
6. Give him the 6. Give him the
he's
6.
missing-
Come on.
That's
Come on.
a 6
Yes.
for Jordan.
Oh
He's
my.
so good with it. He's so clean with it. Absolutely. As I doubt, it's a 6k for Jordan.
Never doubt
Huge.
Jordan on the Sigma, I guess, here. Dust is going to be the playmaker here in this fight, coming in with the Shatter, though. If Dust can manage to land the Shatter, they're going to have a very rough time recontesting here. Parity with his High Noon might be the only
could be
thing really stopping
huge.
them from getting the momentum here. Blizzard comes out as well from Kylo
Oh,
Ren.
and he gets the Bird Boys.
Bird Boys. And Dust is frozen up on the high ground. Dust is
Does have
setting
the
up for this.
Shatter, we're gonna be able to do anything. Oh, he dies! He fucking passes away mid-Shatter. This is tragic. Are we seeing another crumble?
Somehow momentum in these fights where they really it's very, very equal, but these fights they just absolutely dominate off of just raw mechanics at that point, and just well-timed synergy from the tanks and momentum mostly is what's carrying them through this map.
Yeah, and I mean, it's gonna be another flux for Jordan, and at this point, I'm terrified of the Sigma pick. Like, I can't, oh, it's gonna be a Shatter, it's a huge
Oh,
Shatter.
with the 5-minute Shatter! But with the beat, they should be okay. But they still might be dead to this body. They're picking up 3. They're all frozen up and then just shattered. Okay.
I mean, that's huge from Spook, that's what they needed. They needed this
60 seconds.
for the side of Fallout. As well, I think Jordan fluxed but wasn't able to get anything really with it. So now that's so little on the field for momentum as the window gets used if you're out of spawn.
Early window here. Jordan taking so much damage. Lamp is used by Romad. Gets destroyed very fast. And now
Dust is
the
in there,
high noon.
unsuccessful. Oh, just probably just right clicking. It's a right click Saturday type of beat, you know?
But Spooka picks up 2 here, so at least for the moment, they're still going to be holding spawn of Jomentum.
No, it should,
Momentum-
but it should
momentum,
be
rather.
broken. Without the main tank, there's just no staying power, really.
And yep, as you say that, both of the supports fall. And now Jack coming back with a Shatter here. And Kylo Ren building up a Hanzo ult very rapidly. It's
Right,
really
Dust,
just going to come down to Spooka here.
I'm saying this, Dust, if there was ever a time to really like step up in this rush mirror and not let Jack play around with you as he's been doing this entire series, it's now. As I
Early
say
Dragon
that,
dealing
Dust gets-
so much damage it does.
As I say that, it's a huge shatter from Jack again! This man, he doesn't miss with him! I want to see this shatter efficiency, even if that's even a real step, but Dust
Oh, but
retaliates
Dust
with one
is
of his
even
own.
bigger.
And that's what they need. That's what they need on the side of Fallout for Dust here to step up and hit those big shatters. This is such
Momentum
a
getting...
devious game, and that's still a really good push for Havana.
0 to 2.
Uh,
Sides.
yeah. That's a good push for Havana, but I mean, from what we've seen in Momentum, if they can just keep up this ha 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 funny last time I said it, Momentum, even losing that last fight there, it was still a very good push. Havana is a very hard map to fully cap, so even getting most of the way to 3rd is nothing to really be sad about at that point, you know?
Yeah, no, and I'm expecting to see a freakish spawn hold by Momentum. If I know them, it's coming out. Like, I mean, I think you're expecting to see it as well, and it's back to this composition for Fallout at this point in the series.
You say this composition, but they are playing a hybrid composition that I never want to see even in my wildest dream.
Oh, no, I love
yeah.
this comp. This is a classic, you know? It's the classic Mayfara, Ryan Ball, Ana Mercy, you know?
Yeah. Also, One thing I noticed this series is that neither of these teams are playing Symmetra, but as soon as Parity pulls out the Symmetra, they're doing so much more as just a shield destroying bot, going burr on the entirety of Fallout rather, with that disgusting like 130 DPS beam or
Okay.
whatever it is,
Alright, the
something like
TP is
that.
set up, the Ryan's at spawn. Oh yeah, baby. Spawn whole time.
Wait, Fallout are playing?
They're
this
not
mode?
really, they're not, surely, no, I mean, I pretend I don't see. Is this match fixing in my BPL games? Like, what am I seeing?
What is occurring currently? I think Fallout's
did
boomed.
Fallout did Fallout receive like a DM about seeding potentially for playoffs? Like, what is it that I'm seeing?
I don't. This team is off the goop right now.
Absolutely.
What is?
Interesting.
Monty's
The
just going to
Mercy
die.
gets just found on the roof.
And the
Even Faraday
entirety
goes
of
down.
Fallout.
I mean, still, they got to pick on the Fairy though, which is decent, but it's not really a pick that you need, right? I mean, out of everything
Jordan.
Sim. Okay,
Ooh.
that's unfortunate for Jordan, but does get the Faro though,
Okay.
so it's not awful.
Why is Rift still on? I guess you have the Blizzard. You're pretty close
they're-
to, but
they're-
Dust.
Got
What?
Mirror rush at this
Okay.
point. Are you really sure about this? I guess the Diva's down now, so this is if there was a moment, the breakthrough. It's right here, right now, and that's looking
And
to
they
be what they're
seem
doing.
to have done it.
Still, that's a
Off
good-
of.
off of madness, really. Just.
I feel
madness.
like Fallout sacrificed some small innocent animal, and that's how they broke that spawn hold. That's the vibes I'm
was-
getting right now.
It's evil, yeah. I mean, look at the calm they're on. That's devious energy, you know.
I don't get it. I just
Speaking
don't.
of speaking of devious energy, Jack has Shatter. See what he's gonna do with this. Oh, it's a huge
Don't.
wall. Hey, that's a two-man fighting the back. Oh my god. Ismail though denies that. So that's a huge barrage.
The
Absolutely
Blizzard
creamed by
from Kylo Ren.
Dirt. Just
What is?
certified creamer barrage. Absolutely. And they're gonna be able to get there. It's still 2 minutes being taken off the time bank, and Momentum are gonna get a final fight here at A.
I don't know. Momentum
nano
over to
barrage
the
and that's the-
cowboy.
Yeah, so nothing
Yeah.
on the field for Fallout really if they want to stop this fight. It's gonna be a dry fight, and they have already a really good window on the side of Momentum.
Now Dirt can do basically nothing to peek here. Dust is trying his hardest to get on this Ryan pin though. B comes
What a
out from
huge-
D.
It's a horrible beat to save Jack right there, and they've taken out Mon.
How is Jack still? What? Did Rift
Sigma,
wall Jack up?
he's doing things mortal minds can't comprehend. As Jordan drops onto Spooker's head, just demolishes him.
Did Kylo Ren wall Dust or was that Rift?
Well, I pretend I do not see, and I will hear about
Okay.
it some other time. And it's gonna be a
Okay.
full rush mirror now. And you gotta
But now-
favor Momentum. But even with
Momentum-
the Blizzard on the side of Fallout.
Momentum have so many ults right now. Like this is such a weird switch. If Jordan can even just deny the damage from it, not necessarily eat it, just deny it enough damage to where they can survive here. Blizzard comes out here, not eaten by Jordan crucially, and Parody and Jack falling momentarily after this window from Romad just ceases to exist. Fallout really using the one ult they needed this entire game have finally broken through this bizarre hold on first.
Alright, and this is huge. This is what they need really for Fallout at this point. In this, now you got 2 minutes 30 seconds to get through B and then finish, and another 1 minute 30 seconds to finish out A. So it's looking really winnable for Fallout at this point if Momentum doesn't just roll over them in the rush mirror that they've been forced into, really.
Okay. Jack has a shatter. Let's see how this goes.
It goes into a shield, maybe a little
Read
bit
like a book.
overconfident right there. Yeah, that's pretty predictable. Not a huge
Okay,
fan.
wait.
Some of
No,
Parry's looking for
parody,
with High
parody,
Moon.
parody.
Just get Bird Boys. I mean, hey, if no one's looking at him, might as well go for it.
That was.
It's already a fight one for Momentum. They did invest
Crucially,
quite a bit of
yeah,
ults there,
these-
so.
they used 3 of their ults there. Now Fallout is looking to have a pretty sizable ult advantage. You're having shatter the window, posting another beat and another blizzard here, coming close to a 6-pack of ultimates here. But again, it depends on how well Momentum can use this bomb, this window, this beat. If they can counteract it.
That window was trying to cut somebody off on the engage, and it almost got Spooka, but not really.
Oh, the shatter from Dust picks up 4. They might just win the fight off of that alone. The beat's coming in from V just to try and stem the bleeding here, but it looks like this fight by using
the bomb from Jordan is huge.
Wait.
Paired with Jack Shatter. That was incredibly good. I mean, Fallout might still win this fight, but it gives Momentum a huge, basically, window of time to get back. And
This
V
fight
has
is going to be
planted himself on the point.
This fight is going to be scrappy, but I think if Momentum can even just get a relatively close re-engage here, that could just be the map, because Fallout...
Usually does build up another Shatter in that fight.
That's grim right there for the side of Momentum. Jack's not even close. Early blizzard use from Rift freezes up Jack, and that's all you really need. Jack and Jordan getting so much damage
Jordan,
out of them.
Just is the only one's gonna be falling from that one.
Rift is
Explain to
pushed
me how
so
that
far
one
up
works.
right now. What is...
Jack is at 200 HP and just decides to pin in, and he gets somebody. I think he got the Diva, maybe. Not quite sure. I'm quite sure I saw that connect.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree, Jack. I agree.
Okay,
all agree.
Momentum. This is going to be a very
15
chaotic ult fight
seconds.
here. 15 seconds. Both teams have relatively equal ults, I'd say.
The male
I'd
and
give-
it's male to shadow. It's gonna be the deciding play, I think.
Early high noon used here. Dropping onto the low ground, strangely. No.
Saying, oh no!
Oh,
It's a huge shatter from Dust,
three-man
though.
for Dust.
Absolutely tossing them down. The male was invested, but it's not gonna be able to find enough value, really. Even though the May and the Kree will be going down.
I think Momentum could get a recontest here, though. They have a bomb, they have time. Parady's pushing them to switch over with the legs, so it definitely seems like they're interested in it here. But with Kylo Ren dying that late, I don't know if it's really worth it. But you have ults, might as well use them. Just run it down mid, go touch the point. Come on, do it to him. Do it to him. Go
Come
for it.
on, they're ready for
Come
it.
on, there they go.
Rift
They're off to the
tries
races
and
here.
gets- Oh no!
No,
That was almost
okay.
so horrible, but it's gonna be Fallout just Goomba stomping momentum here. And this is my heart. It's so close. This is like two
I'm
fights
sorry.
now.
I'm sorry for the audio warning there. I thought Jack had somehow managed to pin Bird Boys
I
there.
saw it. I saw the vision.
Okay, Jack has a shatter, and they don't have a whole lot else. Fallout is close to a bunch of ults, but not guaranteed on them yet. So if Jack can get a big enough shatter and they can take this fight fast enough, they might be able to win this and at least for the moment look relatively secure here.
No,
Jack,
he's just too confident with him. Dust has warmed up to this Vine Mirror. You're not gonna be able to get away with things like you did the first map, really. And his blizzard is so huge. Frees up so much. And could this be the nail in the coffin for momentum on Havana?
Dust has a shatter. They have both support ults, both tank ults. It's looking grim here for the side of Momentum, but I mean, I've seen them win these before.
It's gonna be half stall, half rush. It's compositionally just, it's not looking too clean already. And they're gonna have to touch now.
Ooh, good
out.
block from Kylo Ren. And there's
Kylo Ren.
the beat and the bomb use. Jack is taking so much damage here, though. Jack barely saved with this lamp. The beat used in response from Mani, but with parity falling, I don't think there's going to be enough here for the side of Momentum.
Just go hold on, and
counter
Kylo Ren
pin-
can build up a mailed in this fight,
If-
usually.
If Kylo Ren can build up this mail, they might be able to win this fight. Kylo Ren does.
Oh no, he
I
falls
think that's
off the
the
side,
end.
and they tied it in. What a close game, what a banger. What a banger of a series. I mean, we just saw a team learn how to rush mirror in real time.
They evolved. We gave them a bunch of, I guess like Toxic gave them a bunch of rare candies, and then they just suddenly learned how to play Rush. I guess.
Absolutely. He hit the Reinhardt, yeah, he hit the Rush Stone on Dust. He evolved into a Rhine player. Congratulations. One step closer to the compositional Pokédex filled out right there for Fallout. And I mean, I don't even know I don't.
That was a
even know.
series. Two teams definitely did play Overwatch.
And it was a damn good
Uh,
one as well. I am astounded. I blown away. Just such incredible. Like, I'm lost for words. We're gonna get some interviews coming up probably pretty soon here. Who are you feeling for an MVP though? I'm saying Rift. I
I
think Rift maybe or
No.
or
No, I
Burns.
disagree. I'm gonna give it to Dust because Dust evolved into being a Rhyme player after honestly dominating for the first 2 maps on ball. I'm gonna say he kind
That's
of
doable. I do feel like Dirt and Rift had the consistent performances across
Maybe,
every map,
I'm just-
while Dust was getting a little bit tossed on
yeah,
I
I
World.
agree.
So
I
we
don't
got
know.
here
The-
Fallout, Georgia Boy, and Toxic joining.
Hello.
Whoa.
Why? What did you guys do? What happened?
What
Why
was that game?
my
Yeah,
eyes?
Explain the game.
You know, they wanted Rush, and then we obliged by playing some Rush. Maybe it worked, maybe it didn't, but we played some Rush when we.
For sure. I mean,
Uh,
that's Rush was played in many forums, many ways with many outcomes,
Yup.
and I'm
Yeah, really good job, team. Great job. I watched the whole thing, definitely start to finish. I was there.
Brad
Yeah,
carried. Brad carried.
everybody-
did you hop in after Icon Wall? Like, I gotta teach them Rush real quick. Let me hop in.
I joined the VC and Havana was ending, so like.
Okay.
I did a lot for
Well,
this.
I
match.
implore
I-
you that you
this
go
match,
watch
I'm the
the
MVP,
series.
Dubs.
it
Brad,
was-
Brad was like the dad that left me, but he realized we were actually successful, so he came back.
You know what?
Yeah. He left to
Is
get
it possible
cigarettes
to
and
give
then the
MVP? I don't even know.
wow. I mean, great. Just really good adaptations from the side.
I was
of
watching.
Fallout.
I was watching part of the match in 160p, and it looked like we were doing the Lucio Mercy comp. I'm glad to see it finally.
You did it a lot. You did it full time, like map 1 and map 2, basically. Besides the times on Ico where you guys swap Rush, and we don't talk about those because we can just ignore those.
Hey, forged in the fires of EU contenders, the Arab dive. It's finally made its way into the
Oh.
BPL main stage. You love to see it.
Yeah, I
you
never
do,
want to
I
see that comp
guess.
again. I don't love to see it actually. I would
What?
prefer to never see that again.
Why not?
And
You don't
just-
like that comp?
No, I really didn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was the fact that both teams were playing it at one point made me really sad on like the future of Overwatch. And maybe 5v5 is a good thing.
Hey, when you sign 3 main support players, sometimes you gotta something's got to be done. The Lucio Mercy kind of works perfectly for our team because we have just 3 main supports. It's
Yeah.
kind of funny.
Bird Boy's better than me at Mercy. I know that's a shocker. And then Monty's a Lucio freaking Warlord, so it kind of fits.
Yeah, it's
Ooh,
That was a
join.
game.
Solomon.
Don't worry about me. I'm
I
just
saw.
No, I will worry about you. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. We had a few technical things at the start of this game, and then you guys made this way too long. So thanks. We're now 45 minutes
You're
out of
welcome.
this match.
it was a cinematic banger. Do
Oh,
I
it
want
was
to
a
praise
very
Jeez,
Solomon?
good
take
match.
full responsibility. It was all me.
Yeah, thank
Absolutely.
you, Brad. Good one. Yeah, good match though. Really, really good. A lot of fun to watch, especially from the control room.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a little bit of a not a longer break, but I want to get into the next one as soon as we can. But we're trying some new stuff for the Mayhem thing next week. Very
Ooh.
poggers,
Yo.
That's
very
happening.
poggers indeed. If you haven't seen, BPL will be producing the Mayhem Full Classic next Saturday, which is why there's a break in BPL. Surprise, because all of our staff will be doing that instead. So that'll be Saturday 23rd at 12 Eastern, which is nice and early. So make sure you are watching the Mayhem stream. We might do other stuff on here as well, but nothing confirmed yet.
Wait, is it gonna be? It's gonna be streamed on BPL or?
It'll be on the Mayhem Twitch channel, twitch.tv/FL Mayhem.
I see.
All right.
So if you want to see, well, you won't see us because it'll be Darren Cassis, but if you want to see something produced by me and the lads here at BPL, then you should come watch. But that's all for game 1. We still have BPL week 3 to do. We can have a look at the schedule. Next up is, if I press the right button, Basalt and Battery versus Aether. These are both
Banger.
0-2 teams, so it's a
Yeah.
race to the bottom. Audie, you were obviously an Aether player, Aether captain. How are you feeling?
Feel good. I feel good with it. We're about to show a side of us that hasn't been shown before. We made limited by some missing players in the past, and I feel like what we're gonna show now is really our best look.
Is the president coming in here? Is it time for the president?
The president?
Yeah, we might see the POTUS, you know. We might see him hop on. It would be. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising to see some presidential action in his lobby. We will
Okay.
you'll see soon.
We'll see. That's coming up next. I need to go to break because the cat was in my room, but now I can't see where the cat is, so I need to make sure that I'm biting him while wires. But we'll be back just after a short break for match 2 of week 3. See you in a sec. BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in skate vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.
And welcome back to the Bad Pachamari League Week 3. We have Aether versus Basalt and Battery up next. These two teams 0-2, both looking for that first win on the year. These two teams have both gone down in their last two matches, I believe 2-0.
That seems
it's not
like it.
been-
Yeah.
It's not been very inspiring for these two teams, and I think they kind of need a morale boost here. Like, it really, the results of this, it matters not in saying one team is like better than the other, but it's more going to matter for team morale and saying, okay, we can get the win. We aren't going to be Sovereign 2.0. We aren't going to be that team that goes winless and just struggles the whole time.
Yeah, this is really just going to be a confidence benefit teams going into the break week, especially. I think whoever pulls out the win here might just make a comeback coming into week 4. That's my prediction, at least. Break weeks are also always very important. It's either you make it or you break it during those break weeks. Yeah, that's really about it for me, at least.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, they go into the break week, they've gotten that win, they can get some scrims in, really get that confidence back, and like, honestly, I think this game is almost like 50% confidence. Like, if you're a confident team, you're gonna win, you go into your match like you're gonna win, and you play as though you're gonna win, then you're gonna win. That's kind of how it goes. You have the confidence to make big plays, to hit those shots, to know what you're doing. If you go in with no confidence, then you're done. You've already lost. So, getting that confidence back, that's what they're fighting for here.
I think both these teams, I wouldn't see either of these teams really being too down on themselves. Like, I don't know a whole lot about Basalt. They have some players that I know, Riptide and Butters, Melee and Strategy as well. In the lineup currently are the 3 I would know, but I don't think that team is really going to get too down on themselves, I would imagine. But from the side of Aether, they did make a couple of changes coming into this week. They traded Mahir, or who did they? I don't even know.
So it was actually Aether. Aether traded with Monarch. Aether, you can see, has Donk in the lineup here, who was previously a Monarch main tank. I say main tank, but he played like Reaper, and they did weird things. But now we can see Donk on the ball. It's something he played a lot of on Research. Maybe this is what Aether needs to get back into it.
Maybe Donk is finally balling here. The president himself has entered the lobby. A little bit of trolling coming out from both these teams, at least for the moment. Mostly from Aether, I see Drake pulling out the Genji here. Just gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aether's going to be on a somewhat wacky comp. Like, they have that Donk energy of, let's not play standard, let's play some weird stuff. And like,
speaking of that,
stuff already.
Yeah. It's, other than not having a diva, I mean, I guess this isn't the worst comp in the world. Wait,
Yeah.
no, never mind.
Double main
Okay,
tank
I thought-
is a little weird, and like, they're playing Ana instead of that Baptiste, so it's going to be really rough. But they are just taking a lot of space. They take this whole high ground up top here, Basalt and Battery rotating all the way around, just giving Aether so much space to work with as Donk charges in to try and get that kill.
Secures the DMAC onto Riptide, but Marlon is traded in return. Both the tanks for the side of Basalt and Battery have fallen, and now it looks like they've taken a pretty fast first point cap here. Off of some shenanigans of a very weird rotation coming out where kind of walked into their backline. Yeah.
Yeah, Aether was just given everything they wanted. The Basalt and Battery were they're sitting there, in their nice fancy car, and Aether comes up, asks for the keys, and Basalt and Battery just hands it over. Gives them this whole first point for free on this wacky comp as well. And now coming into second point, they've got a lot to work with. They just have to be careful of that EMP because it could ruin their whole plans.
Yeah, that really they don't have a response, at least for the moment. There's no beat up. There's not really any stuns that they can answer with other than the sleep from Mahir, which if Mahir lands that sleep, that'll be definitely a highlight moment for the side of Aether, at least for this week here. And Swifters is looking to line it up here. Gets a little bit noticed. I don't think they fully see it though. And Donk pins Edicts and off the map.
Yeah, it was. I felt like it was a little late EMP, but they made it work. They're gonna hold here. Drakey's gonna
Wait.
Oh my god, he gets 3. I don't think it's
Okay.
gonna. Wait, it could actually matter here if Marlon can get out of here. Maybe
Nope.
they get a
Okay,
tick.
so- Yeah, that's not a bad fight. You get a tick, you get an EMP. I mean, it's not obviously it's not capturing with 4 minutes, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, I think it was just a weird engagement. Swifters held off on the EMP for a little bit too long, I think, but still managed to find something big with it, and that's all they needed for the win. Now, Basalt and Battery is set up with the ultimate momentum. They've got a lot to work with in these fights, and Aether is going to have to build something up. All they're missing, though, is the EMP. If they just run in, ult dump, just try and get on that backline, they could make something happen, especially with the EMP. They're going to engage first.
A nice manual hack landed onto Swifters, leads to the kill, but Frank somehow just falls off the map.
Frank,
But
no.
With the picks coming in here from the side of Aether, I think they're going to be able to hit this with a really good time strangely without using the EMP. Setting up.
No, they can't be losing players here, though, especially Swifters is just tearing them apart. Frank is not there. They just don't have the numbers to make it work. That was really interesting. I think with Frank there, they probably cap it. I'm not sure what happened. They just sort of collapsed. A very interesting engage. Look, I think Basalt and Battery did play that well. They managed to rotate their touches onto the point. They used their ults when they needed to, and they made sure that they didn't give up that final tick. But an EMP gonna come in, gonna find 2. It's enough. EMP back from Marlon, and the beat comes in, and the fight's on the point.
Swifter is getting picked there pretty early on by Rorschach. Might do a lot here. No manual hacks to really shut down the tanks. But with how much damage both the tanks of Aether are taking right now, they should be able to win this fight. Not in the cleanest manner, but they definitely do manage to win it. And now it's just some last-second attempted heroics, I believe, if anything. Because they're just trying to push up here, but it seems like they've finally left.
Yeah, Aether's coming back in to stage another attempt at this push. Basalt and Battery kind of out of juice at this point, so now really it's all on Aether. They should be able to make this push work. There's no reason they shouldn't be able to cap. They have the ult advantage, they have the tempo advantage. They can do a lot here.
Oh, the Shatter gets blocked by the bubble, and Mahir is falling solo as a result of that anti-nade in the backline. But Mahir gonna come out with a Cole here is going to do a lot for them as long as they can keep up Drakey and Marlon enough to get these ults online for DPS. And with Laser Blitz falling to, I believe it was a manual hack from Marlon, and the Nano Monkey actually getting completely countered by the Primal Rage of Rorschach. They're gonna cap here with a pretty decent timing of about 2 minutes. As long as nothing extremely clowny happens, and yep, that's about it.
That was an extremely important hack at the end there by Marlon onto Edicts. Edicts was coming back, jumped onto the point, had the Primal Rage, could have stalled for a lot longer and potentially brought Basalt and Battery back, but Marlon turned around, hit him with that funny somber right click, and it was a sad monkey moment.
I mean, Monkey is just pretty sad generally, I'd say. This is the greatest time, especially in this sort of meta where there's so much CC and just absolutely denying Monkey his ability to do just about anything, really.
Yeah, it's interesting the comp that Aether chose to ran. It's almost like they're playing dive, except for some reason they're on the Reinhardt instead of a diva, which I'm not sure what it adds, but they're making it work. They've got almost 2 minutes in the time bank. They're rolling out with this on defense as well. I think they're using it as a sort of if you jump into us, then our Reinhardt is just going to smack you around. You can't get onto our back line. We're playing a more like stationary kind of defensive version of this.
But Aether is pulling out a Doomfist Sombra, which I don't think I've seen in at least in like this level of play in quite a while here. It remains to be seen whether this is going to get value or not here. It depends on how fast they take these fights, really, considering this comp is seemingly very all-in with how many of these characters have the movement abilities to be able to commit onto the back line.
Yeah, Marlin. Oh, Marlin is. Oh, he gets out the. Marlin really needs to build this EMP quickly, which is why he's going for these really aggressive plays here. But it looks like Basalt and Battery is just taking weird dives. Isn't sure how to really stage themselves for these fights.
Edict's taking a lot of early damage here. Might fall early in this fight. Butters is barely keeping them alive, and it looks like, at least for the moment, oh, Drakey though seems to fall just from taking a little too much chip damage rather, and just and there it goes. Like as soon as one member dies at this pop, it seems like everybody else just falls in relatively rapid succession.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep your whole team alive. Like you're playing a very it's almost like you're playing 6-man, but like a weird version of it. I'm not quite sure how it's supposed to work, but it's kind of not really working on defense, at least. Maybe they're just not playing aggressively enough. They're not like running into them quickly enough. Something about the way that they're playing is just too slow and not proactive enough to match the aggression coming out from Basalt and Battery.
It seems like with this comp, they need to be taking these fights fast and really aggressively. With the EMP coming out from Swifters, though, they really can't do a whole lot against this Nano onto Edicts, and there goes Frank in the backline. Frank is isn't really doing a whole lot in this Lucy here, not even getting halfway to a sound barrier, and with this Primal Rage, as well as Laser Blitz dealing so much damage here, it seems that Aether is going to get absolutely manhandled this defense. That was an interesting play from...
But you know what? It doesn't matter that they're getting manhandled because they got like 1 or 2 important picks. They're coming back. They're touching the point. They're making sure no ticks are taken by Basalt and Battery. And Basalt and Battery is just going to have to back out. They've used everything here and they've gotten nothing for it. They've gotten half a tick and they're just going to get staggered on the way out of here. Swifter's dying. But they might even get demeched here, possibly, but yeah, that was kind of a fumble there from Basalt and Battery.
I think at the end there, they just stopped confirming kills, and then as soon as Aether can come back, like these heroes from Aether are really hard to kill most of the time. Maybe everybody except the Sombra, I'd say, is like relatively hard to kill. Everybody, has some amount of self-sustain or just a lot of HP in general. Wait, the nano monkey's committed, but the entire backline is just kind of sitting out there for free. And with the EMP and the beat, I think they're just going to win this fight, unless the pulse spawn might actually secure for them. Both the tanks being down for Aether now. Marlin's still holding onto this EMP diamond hands, but unfortunately it doesn't gain more value when you hold it. The hero is getting damaged close to that coalescence. If he can somehow get back onto the point with it, he might be able to actually sustain enough of his team to win this fight, and they've somehow managed to do it. They didn't even get a tick.
Honestly, that fight was kind of over by the time we saw Rorschach jump in onto the backline of Basalt and Battery, and the backline just crumbled. From that point on, it was just a kind of a waiting game. They're just going in. Even as I talk, they're just going in like into the spawn of Basalt and Battery, not caring at all. This fight, I don't know why it's happening all the way out here. No.
No way. Do they actually lose off of trying to touch the spawn doors? This is not looking great here, but they're going to get respawns at least. With Edicts falling, that's not how you want to start what is essentially the strangest fight I've seen in quite a bit.
Yeah, they can't even take a fight here. Like, they should have just won that fight out in the courtyard, come in, basically be on point, and wait for Aether staggers, but they can't. They have to wait for Edicts to come back. Aether is going to be set up in position. They're going to have EMP. The Doomfist almost has ult. This is just going to be really, really hard for Basalt and Battery yet again. they're
It
just
seems
sort
like
of
Edict's it's just pulling the trigger too early on these commitments. Like, there are some fights where he commits really hard into the backline, but then, oh no, that only hit. Oh, but that didn't hit anything. Okay, both EMPs really didn't do a whole lot there, but with the ults coming through, they might be able to win this as long as they can bully Strachey out of the rally, and with the shatter coming out from Dong, they might be able to just win this in a relatively sloppy fashion. Doomfist ult coming into the backline onto Butter. Strachey is going to follow in relatively soon, and now, at least for the moment, Basalt and Battery has been fended off in a very weird fight, but they're somehow managing to win. Aether rather is somehow managing to win these fights in like some of the strangest ways I've seen in quite a bit.
Yeah, what keeps happening over and over is that Basalt and Battery gets on the point, they get like 1 or 2 kills, and then their focus fire just disappears. They don't get any kills, they just wait and wait, and then Aether finds 1 pick here, 1 pick there, and the fight's over at that point. Like, Basalt and Battery just cannot live once they're on the point. They walk on the point, they get like half a tick, and then they just collapse. They just start dying over and over. It's just really difficult for them to get anything done after that initial engage.
This EMP hits 6 and shuts down the Coalescence as well. That might just be the opening they need. The bomb as well picking up 2. It finally seems like they might actually get a foothold on this point and might stay there for longer than... I can't even think of a metaphor for a short amount of time here. They've finally managed to seem to get a foothold. B comes out from Frank, just stall out here. Marlon, though, getting dangerous close to that EMP, connects onto almost everybody on Basalt and Battery. If they can get enough of people on the point here, they might just be able to hold them, at least for the Shack in the backline with the Primal Rage. Gets absolutely melted, though. Nano Reaper coming in. But honestly, this is perfectly fine for the side. They got them into overtime. Now, all they have to do is win 1 fight on this attack, and this is just cleanup for the side of Basalt and Battery here. And that's it.
Yeah, that was Aether should have won that fight, honestly, after they came back. But good showing from Basalt and Battery. It just took a 6-man EMP for them to be able to win that fight, and even then, it was really perilous at the end. But like I was talking about, they got on the point, and when Aether started coming back and touching, Basalt and Battery just said, okay, we can back up a little bit, we have some time, we can get our cooldowns back, make sure everyone's alive, and then go back in and engage for the second portion of the fight. That's what they needed this whole time to make it work. And now maybe with that group they can make this a draw.
Do you see it? Chad, do you see it? Yeah, are you pulling out your telescopes, Chad?
We've got some Peppo cheers in the chat for a draw. You know what? I'm ready for it.
Yeah, it just feels appropriate at this point that they draw. I don't know why. It just like to finish off this map with Aether running a very strange, wacky, hardy 6-man comp, and then Basalt and Battery just trying their hardest to be the great man here. Just to be able to actually win this fight or win this map using relatively normal comp, I'd say. They're just trying their hardest to win, honestly. But Aether somehow is running it down mid and is dominating. Those sticky bombs are going to get a lot of early, but that's just going to be more charge to Mahir to get this Coalescence, which is probably going to be the fight winner. Donk pinning in. I think that's something he's been doing for almost this entire map. With Riptide getting DMAC that early, though, I don't know if this is great.
The DMAC is so crucial because now Basalt and Battery just has to play really passive. They have no D.Va to soak up all the damage. They have no one to protect their monkey when he jumps in. They really need to get a Nano or a Primal or something, and they don't. Donk just gets a big pin. He just chads out, absolutely manhandles Basalt and Battery, and with that, Aether is going to win their first map.
The contact of those charges killed 2 people. It was their contact, so they were real low. But
yeah, if you saw the if you saw the health bars right before that charge, the whole Basalt and Battery team was at half or less HP. They were just being brutalized without that diva. Like, that's just, you just have no peel, no way to soak up damage from the enemy team. It's really difficult to play with in that situation. So losing the mech was really devastating for them.
Going on to map 2 here, though, I believe there should be a couple of substitutions for both these teams. Of Eichenwald, actually. I don't know. I'm trying to imagine what these teams would play. Basalt and Battery is probably going to play, I would say, if they're staying on this defense, a rush sort of style. They've shown this before. They've played a lot of the Reinhardt cowboy comps. They hold fast. They last long in those fights. But if Aether can just pull out something that's just not even fathomable as to whatever they're pulling out, I mean, they might just get flashbang to where the point they're to the point where they just don't have any idea of what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that Aether is learning from Momentum, or learning from Monarch, and learning from Dunk. Just play something weird, play something wacky, and if it's like a solid idea for a comp, then you can make it work and you can win maps with it.
I completely agree. Like, their comp is, it's wacky. They have a Ryan Winston, but that's not the most absurd thing in the world when the rest of their comp is still pretty solid. They are playing what is essentially a brawl comp without a diva, which, while is obviously gimping yourself, it's still not the worst thing in the world if you're playing it aggressively enough, which they obviously are, and Basalt and Battery has no idea what to do. They seem to be doing just fine with these wacky compositions here. A couple of subs coming in as well. I'll let you hit.
Yep, so we've got Abstract in here and Zizzy on the side of Basalt and Battery. Meanwhile, Aether has put in Hot Dog on the main support there. So
His name is Hot Dog?
His name is indeed Hot Dog. Look at that. And we could see in the chat, Hot Dog is 6'4" and single. That's crazy.
That's impressive. Damn.
I know.
Basalt and Battery, pulling out the 6-man. What is this? I hope they're just teleporting out here. I don't imagine Sombra Symmetra. Sky's the limit for this team, honestly.
Yeah, that is absolutely one of those comps I was talking about. That's just play something weird and make it work.
They're pulling it out, and they're already taking a lot of really damage though. Without the Reaper to really just stand tall against that dive, there's not a whole lot that they can do here. I'd imagine Drake momentarily swap onto the Reaper after he perishes here. So yeah, Basalt and Battery have just decided we're going to pull the trigger first. We're going to engage faster than them. Drake is not seeming to relent on the Symmetra pick though. Oh, he's going over to the Genji. Sure.
You know what? I respect it, honestly. I think one of the problems for Aether is without the diva, they have nobody to eat all of that spam damage. So when the Reaper comes in, Reaper just has a free playground to play around in. And now Dunk is going to get hacked up and probably just melted here. Yep.
Abstract is building very rapidly to that EMP. Well, that's probably just another guaranteed fight for the side of Basalt and Battery here. As soon as he gets it, that's just a go button for, hey, we can go in. They don't have any abilities or shield.
Yeah, I would almost say that Aether probably just wants to play some sort of like regular rush comp here would be their best option. What they have right now just isn't really working. They need like a diva to stop that Reaper. They need some sort of frontline damage for when Basalt and Battery jump in on them. And again,
Marlon again falls so early in these fights. Just they're taking them so fast that they don't have time to respond. Really, it's just something they really weren't doing a whole lot on map 1. I'd say they were just taking some very slow fights inside of Basalt and Battery and just letting Aether set up and get these wacky heroes in these wacky positions where they value.
Yeah, Basalt and Battery has 6 ults here. They haven't even been able to, like, they haven't even needed to use any. They just used one now. Edicts goes down early though, but look at Aether. They're almost all low here. Butters with a big coalescence keeping the team alive, and now Aether just has to reset yet again.
Drake, though, has a blade, and they don't have any support ultimates, but crucially, they do have both a tank ultimate, so even if they can't kill Drake, they can definitely zone him away or just bully him out of getting any value with this. But if there's anybody that can get value with it, the Dragon Blade in weird circumstances, it's Drake, and there goes the EMP, but Drake gets hacked! Now you can't even pull the trigger on the blade here. Rorschach gets a double melee kill into the back line, but somehow the Sombra and the Moira both fall for the side of Aether. This fight is going to be a sloppy one, but I think in the end, at least for the moment, it looks like Basalt and Battery is going to win in the long term. At least with the spawns here, because Edicts can jump back onto the point. Doesn't seem like it though.
Edicts and Abstracts go down, and that's kind of it. Basalt and Battery had to trickle back onto the point, and Drake is just going crazy on the Genji now. Just stopping any chance that Basalt and Battery have to come back and recontest. They finally made it work with the beat to sustain themselves through that initial push and an EMP onto the back line. The EMP was just kind of crucial there. That was what really let them win that fight. There was no cooldowns for Basalt and Battery to use, and now we see the Nano Blade coming, and it's just a regular blade.
Oh, and
Drake got. That's a rough one.
That just happens with Genji when you have nothing else to support it. It's so hard for you to do anything with that because they can just pop their cooldowns and then just let you not have any amount of fun.
Yep, they just boop you away. They just use all their cooldowns, get out, and you're just a sad Genji, and you die. But it doesn't matter because Aether's gonna win this fight. They just take a really kind of strange fight off the back of that. They go in. Basalt and Battery not quite ready for it. Didn't look like they were in position. They were all kind of scattered and died one by one.
At least for the moment, though, it looks like Basalt and Battery has a decent chance of winning this next fight at least. Both tank ults and the Coalescence and the EMP up. Specifically, because those ult... unless Marlon can build up the fastest EMP known to man here, this should be a pretty free win for Basalt and Battery. Yep, connects onto 3, but not onto them here. And now with Abstract falling, they might just not be able to finish off enough of these kills. Both Coles coming off here, but Butters is later. Edicts falls off the map.
Edicts. Oh no. He just, yeah, that's really brutal. Just not being able to get Mahir with the EMP there meant that he could just sit there, Cole, heal his tanks up, and Aether only lost Rorschach out the back of that. They are going to come back and recontest, it looks like. But I don't think it's going to be a very fruitful one. They just drop one by one as they kind of wait to die and stall out time on the card.
Ooh, Rorschach tried to do the block with the shield in midair, but doesn't manage to live through it. But saves the rest of his team, it seems like. I don't think they really... I do it less anyways, but it was a little stylish. Kind of fun with it.
Caught off the back of a kind of late spawn there, and now Aether's going to have a lot of room to work with while the BAP comes back. We're going to see if Aether's weird rush comp is going to be able to play well. Big EMP going to come in from Marlon, gets 5.
Oh wait, no. You can't let a blade get value here. Picks up 3, Drake just slicing and dicing, and the entirety of Basalt and Battery falls session off of that EMP from Marlon, picking up basically everybody. And now they're looking down the barrel of some really powerful of Aether, but with Rorschach getting frozen up and dying mid-primal rage, they might be able to fight just off of that. Depends on how big of a shatter from Edicts really is. Donk pinning into the left room, getting so much CC being put onto him. The shatter here coming out from Edicts gets hacked out of it! Oh no, but they should still win this fight. Just barely enough with Zizzy picking up 2. Unless Drake can somehow kill the entirety of Basalt and Battery, they should finally be able to stabilize on this Eichenwald defense.
That was a big hack out of that shatter, but it's just not going to matter. Rorschach died a little too early trying to keep Basalt and Battery in the spawn room. They almost got the last tick there. They were just about a meter short. So now they're going to come in for another contest. They almost have a Blade EMP again.
Oh, Donk.
That was a rough
but-
shatter from Donk.
But the counterpin actually from Edicts does a lot damage. It does a lot there, just getting him on the ground. And now it seems like another fight, one in very bizarre circumstances for this team, off of a counterpin coming in from onto Donk after a bit of a flub on the shatter. Mahir.
Oh, Mahir. That's rough. That's that you're not going to have your full team back for the recontest. That's really, really brutal. They're going to have to go anyway, kind of just without their Moira. Marlon gets scouted out as well. They're going to have a really hard time touching.
Oh! Abstract is a freak! That was insane! The EMP coming in from Marlon here, but Abstract is just clicking heads right now, picking up 4 in that fight, killing Drakey, and managing to finish off Hot Dog in midair with the high nuke. That was pretty stylish.
That was really, really good from Abstract there. Really just kept them in that fight. The Blade could have gotten a lot of work done, as well as the scouting there from Riptide, not letting Marlon just sit up top and be able to set up that EMP for free. Really, really good. We're going to see if Basalt and Battery can have a good offense as well. That's kind of where they've struggled most. Just trying to find that tempo, trying to figure out how to crack the defense of Aether. So we'll see if they can change something up. Maybe Rush is a better look for them than this weird like their dive and their 6-man have been into these kind of weird comps from Aether. Ooh, the Torb is coming down too.
Honestly, this isn't the weirdest comp in the world from Aether, besides not having the Orisa here. I'd say this is relatively standard bunker comp, but Basalt and Battery, on the other hand, committing again to that 6-man dive, which they honestly did quite well with on the first until they got to second, pulled over into third, after switch, and then switch to the rush, and that's where we got to now. But I think Aether might be able to, if they can play this comp spammy enough to where they can just get early damage, early picks, where they can just deny Basalt Battery the ability to engage here, they might have a good shot at just full holding this one, I think.
Yeah, we'll see if Donk gets scouted out. He is back with the team, so Edix jumps in and immediately dies. Just jumped into 6 from the enemy team and just popped like a balloon. That was really rough. If you don't have your diva to DM you in there, even then, if you're playing against like a really bunkered up rush comp like this, you're gonna have a really, really hard time staying alive as a monkey. They're gonna take a little off angle here, which works out much better for them as they find Marlon.
Rorschach got hacked really early there, which led to that kill to Marlon, I believe. But Edix, though, taking so much damage in these fights, both the DPS are down for Aether, Marlon making a switch over to Tracer just to try and re-engage here, but it seems like Aether realized we're probably not going to win this fight with how many ults that Basalt and Battery can just set up right now. Maybe they're going to go for it in the end here, and there's the window out from Mahir, and Rorschach is somewhere in the backline just getting harassed constantly by Abstract on the Sombra. Abstract is going to have this EMP momentarily picking up 4 on the side of Aether, and they should be able to cap this in a relatively clean fight, I'd say. Having to use some big type ultimates, definitely, but not using a whole lot else other than that EMP and that Coalescence, really. Zizzy?
That's a certified custom moment right there. Hit the Q, just really, really feeling himself, feeling really good about their fights. So it happens. Everybody's clicked Q by accident once,
Yeah, it happened. And the bomb coming out from Riptide just to put some more pressure onto them early. Manages to get both the deployables, but the bomb and the beat being used in response. Both the baby divas die immediately off of a bomb, I believe. But Laser Blitz on this Reaper is picking up quite a few kills in the backline here. The entirety of Basalt and Battery is putting so much pressure onto this really bunkered up rush comp, but they weren't able to re-engage, or they weren't able to resist a whole lot of the damage with the D.Va being dead immediately off of using that bomb here. So now, at least for the moment, it seems like Basalt and Battery has a pretty decent shot of capping at least most of second point here, I'd say.
Yeah, they're gonna be set up in a good position. That's a really nice ult from Laser Blitz, but it doesn't find anything. It just gets DM'd up, and then that big window just absolutely decimates Basalt and Battery. Dunk goes down, but it doesn't really matter. They're just Basalt and Battery is just gonna get walked at, just gonna die off the back of this. As now with the Reaper and the Torb, Aether is incredibly bunkered up.
I'd say that wasn't the worst fight in the world for Basalt and Battery. They did use the Death Blossom there, but they got the Shatter, the Molto out, and they built an EMP off it. So if they get a big enough EMP and can take the fight fast enough where the EMP is still in effect, they might be able to win this fight relatively free. Especially with Butters building up ever so close to that Coalescence, as well as Edicts actually just building up the Primal Rage as well.
Yeah, they just wait for one more jump in. They'll probably have the Coalescence. Butter's getting really close to it, and Aether's got nothing to work with here. They're just going to go in with a big EMP, finds 5, and that's lights out for Aether, it looks like. They're just going to clean up the kills here. Aether managing to stay alive a little bit longer, and they even find 1, but it's not really going to do a whole lot for them.
That's the fight you want from Basalt and Battery. Nothing used other than that EMP. Building up the bomb, getting the Coalescence as well, getting the beat. And now, at least with Aether, they don't have a whole lot here. They have the D.Va bomb, they have the beat, but they're close to a Death Blossom, but that's not really a whole lot when considered some of the very impactful ultimates on the side of Basalt and Battery right now.
Yeah, and now Edicts is just going to run around with this Primal, just absolutely move Aether in all sorts of directions, while Marlon just cleans up on the Reaper.
Wait, the Shatter? That Shatter, oh my, that actually seemed to have stayed in there, at least for the moment. And Basalt and Battery threw everything in the kitchen sink of that fight, and they can't just, maybe a couple meters off of capping there. That's not how you want that second to go.
Yeah, Marlon just used all the space in the world to just go in, get kills, drop a huge Death Blossom, and just get everything done. Meanwhile, Laser Blitz finds nothing off of this Death Blossom, which is really rough, as the only ultimate that Basalt and Battery had in their tank. Now they're just gonna have to build something up before this next fight.
Wait, no. Don't.
There's no way they back cap.
No.
No.
Oh, they got so close to it, though. And that's free distance, I suppose, but there's not really a whole lot else. But they're still in here somewhat. They might be able to at least get a little bit more ult charge off this, which seems like it's happening right now, with Abstract and Butters both creeping ever so slowly to those very impactful ultimates of theirs.
Yeah, Basalt and Battery just took really no space off the back of that back cap when Aether was forced back to the cart. So kind of a wash overall. Maybe they go for another back cap. They find that we get big EMPs coming out. Abstract managing to find 5, and that's just cleanup right there.
Nice pulse on me onto Riptide there, just to put, the seal of approval on that fight here. I'd say this isn't the worst position for Basalt and Battery to be. They get sold a little bit on second, but going on to third, they played Rush very well on the third, on the third of the last round here, and Laser Blitz and Zizzy both coming up onto their ultimates could be impactful enough to maybe hold this here.
Yeah, I think Aether does have the advantage here, though. They're set up really nicely with the beat. Oh, Dunk gets really low, but they drop the lamp, they drop the window, and now Basalt and Battery is just forced back into a corner. Aether given a lot of space to work with, but importantly used a lot of big ultimates. They used both the window and the beat. So now Basalt and Battery are just going to come in aggressively.
Another Death Blossom to mostly deaf ears there. But with Marlon teleporting in here, and picking up both the low health members of Basalt and Battery, crucially, they just could not heal up fast enough to really, live even with the DM from coming up a little late there.
I wonder if Edix is going to get picked off. It doesn't look like Aether wants to travel outside of that choke to try and pick off Edix there, so really nice job from him staying alive. That could have been really, really disastrous. And we see an EMP is coming in. Oh, but that's a big slam from...
Wait, they traded that though. And Edix now has a free shatter completely, getting Marlon and Mahir lore. Tire from Drake does manage to pick up Laser Blitz, I believe. That's really all it hits. Z falling to the mine. Wait, Drake is just going to clutch up this fight and maybe just end this series in a very weird fashion with the Junkrat rush just clutching up at the end.
Drake did not want to lose. This was Drake wanted his first win on Team Aether here. Absolutely did not want to go winless on the matches. This is it's just cleanup time for Aether. They just got to get this ball off the point, and now it's just Butters left. Gonna get beaten up by Rorschach, taken down, and that's it. Aether is going to be our winner, 2-0. They're gonna get their first match win of this season, playing some just wacky stuff and really having fun with it. I'm impressed by them. I think the Donk energy is just way too much. It's really, really good for them.
Even if they did lose, that was still a decent highlight moment from the side of Abstract, if nothing else here, you know? Yeah, I definitely think it's very rough for the side of Basalt and Battery. Starting off 0-3 is not ideal. Week, it's all important for you just to either get enough done in that break week, whether it just be building up confidence on your comps, or just completely switching your styles, or just grinding out some more comps that you think maybe, or some more scrims that maybe could just help you, establish more synergy, establish the ability to actually just, like, it seems like they have the ability to they have the ability to win these games, but they're just not putting everything together. And then it just crumbles all at the end there. It happened on both Gaia and on Eichenwald, where they get so close to winning these games, but in the end, either being out-mechanicked or just not having the ability to really finish out these fights, it just ends in the very awkward way, I guess.
Yeah, it's rough because you could tell they were close both times and both maps. They almost had it in so many fights, but there was just something they couldn't pull it together at the end. They couldn't clutch out these fights that went on kind of long, and they just sort of kind of deteriorated as fights went on. And the only ones that they were able to really win were like the big decisive 6-man EMPs, go in, kill 6 in like 2 seconds. Those are the only fights that they were able to win. They were not able to win those prolonged fights where you need to get back out, where you need to play around with tempo. So they really need to figure out how to make that work for them.
It seemed like in all those fights as well, like that's just what Aether was playing for. They weren't really playing to win those fights in short bursts of like energy. They're playing the long game in most of those fights, and it worked a lot of the time against Basalt and Battery, who always seem to have good starts to those fights, but a pick there, a pick here, a pick there, and then suddenly Aether manages to get enough of a foothold onto the point where they can barely eke out a fight win.
Yeah, it's really rough, but congratulations to Aether. They pulled it out. They got the win 2-0. I'm sure they're really, really excited about that. And we actually have 3 members of Aether ready to come in. Hello, Donk. Hello, Frank. Hello, Roy.
What up?
Hello.
Hello. How are you feeling?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thousandth son. This is my second time laying the beat down on Basalt and Battery, even though I lost the one map I played last time. But we don't dwell on the past. From here on out, Aether loses no maps. We're the best team of all time. And if anybody says otherwise, I invite you to fight at the coordinates I'm going to post in the Twitch chat in like 2 seconds.
I agree. I think you should do that. Yes.
I definitely don't agree. We don't condone real life physical violence at the coordinates that Donk posted. But other than that, you guys came out here and played double main tank almost the whole way. Was that a stylistic choice, or was that like, let's just play whatever we were, most comfortable with, whatever our favorite heroes are, and make it work?
I have a good answer for this. So, during our scrims, the first week, we decided to try to run double main tank, and we lost every map with it, right? And then during our second week, we decided to run double main tank, we lost every map with it. And then during our third week, we decided to, run double main tank, but we won like a single map with it, and we were like, wait, maybe it does work after all. So we decided to just run it again, because it's like, if it's not the first time, like the second time, or like the 7th or 8th, it's got to be the 9th, right?
I agree.
Yeah, that's true.
They ain't got no shooters. What can I say? Like, they just didn't have the donk diff. Classic. They need the crack. I supply the crack. Who's got the crack? I've got the crack.
Donk has the crack. That must be the tagline for Aether this season.
So Frank,
no context.
Freya, I have a question for you, Freya. Does BPL endorse that?
We're talking about like, cracks in like the sidewalk and cement and stuff. So we do endorse that.
Mhm.
That was what I was talking about.
Yep, that's definitely what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So now Frank, as someone who's been on the team since the beginning, how does it feel to come in to win your first game, win it 2-0, and is the energy that Donk brings something that like led you guys to win?
I would say so. It feels like it's been a long time coming. Honestly, the first 2 weeks were pretty long. But Donk coming in at top speed, metaphorically and literally, really helped us out. I would definitely say that. That's the most vocal we've been. Okay, so actually, I guess I can trust. We didn't get a chance to scrim with Donk until like an hour before our match. So he came in at guns blazing, as you would expect. Anybody who knows Donk knows that that's just how he rolls. So
I would expect nothing less from the president, of course.
Exactly. So
Exactly,
yeah, he came in hot, and that's the most vocal our cobs have ever been across our 2 or 3 weeks of playing together. So yeah, it made a huge difference.
Do you guys think this is the turning point for your season? You started out 0-4, but getting a pretty decisive win, I'd say, over Basalt and Battery. Do you think going to the week that this is going to provide, the confidence, the pizzazz you need to finally start getting some dubs on the board here?
I'd say it's definitely more fun than our other games. So it's definitely a point in the season. Whether it's a turning point or not, I guess it depends on our result next week. I think it's a little too early to say, but I'm confident that we can win our next games.
Yeah, at the very least, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm never gonna lose a map ever again, and anybody who says I will is lying. And I'll beat them at the coordinates I posted in the chat.
Hey, looks like Donk is ready to take on the world.
Woo!
Yeah,
And-
congratulations to you guys. Glad you guys have, some confidence back. You've got some great comms. You've got great energy. So I'm excited for what Aether's going to do the rest of the season. You're a really fun team to watch, and congratulations to you guys.
Thank you, Freya.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we're ready to go to break. After the break, we have another game. I believe
We've got Whirlwind versus Zenith. Both teams are 1-1. They're trying to, get out of this sort of mid-table swirling. I want to say Aether, no pun intended, of like the kind of 1-1 mid-table-y. Not really sure how good this team is, and that's what they're fighting for here. So we're gonna head to break, and after that, we can see that match on your screen.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an owl coach? Book a session with John at medify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge, and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at medify.gg/@John.
Aside from all the leaves that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the dreams that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the leaves that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the dreams that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to BPL Season 3, Week 3. And we are on our third match of the day after a few delays, a few long matches, but you know, long matches are good matches. So next up, we have Whirlwind coming up against Zenith. Both teams coming into this match 1-1 and looking to set themselves apart and get that 2-1 record that they're looking for. And I'm joined here by Ageless and Newbeat here today. So how are you two doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. How are you, Ageless?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm excited to see these teams before. I think we've done a few B-League before, maybe one A-League match. So I'm looking forward to do some more A-League matches today. We haven't seen either of these teams before since we're into our new season. And it seems like both of them are trying to get out of that kind of middle area of the bracket.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of games having been played yet, so any additional game that they can get under their belt, any additional win, just adds onto that record and sets them apart from the competition. And now, Whirlwind is coming off of a loss to Solomon Island Sloths last week, a very close 2-1 game, and Zenith coming off of a win against Admin Aces, so it's kind of just seeing if Whirlwind will bounce back or if Zenith will continue their stride this week. And looking at the rosters, both being very, very solid rosters this week. Of course, we have the usual side of Zenith with Tekujin and Azu, as well as ex-B-League player Bonesaw, now making his way into A-League. And other notable names on Whirlwind, we have Vincent, we have False Swords, Yahoo, and some other names that have kind of come to stood out to the rest of us. So I think this will be a really solid match and kind of just become that defining point between the two teams and see which one sets themselves apart from the competition.
For sure, and you did mention when we were talking earlier, Teku and Azu, the tank line for Zenith, are a very strong tank duo, so that will be something to watch out for in this first game as well. And I'm excited to see that, and we will be starting on Full Sky Industries.
So as we head into Volskaya here, my understanding is that there is going to be a sub here for Whirlwind, or I guess a ringer rather than a sub, for Parody coming in on the main tank, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, that's what I have as well, and this is going to be a banger of a match coming in here between Whirlwind and Zenith. Aegis, do you have any predictions coming out for this one?
Ooh. I'm going to go with Zenith. I think they finished off last with a win, I believe. So I'm going to say they're going to keep their momentum.
And you know what? You've always picked the other team. I'm going with Whirlwind. They're the fan favorite as well in the predictions channel. A lot of people think that they're going to pull this one out, but we've kind of touched on it already. This is going to be a close match. At least that's what we think.
Yeah, it should be pretty close. Both of these teams are kind of in the middle of that bracket. This is going to be one of those matches that kind of starts separating that out, starts separating that middle ground. So a couple hogs on both sides. It's starting off with a whole lot of Roadhog.
Going to be a little bit of a Roadhog battle. I would be surprised. Yeah, it looks like we have the main tank for Zenith going back and switching over to Orisa, so Grunt is going to be on that Orisa. A couple of changes coming through. Magnolia using that Sombra just to scout out and get a little bit of information off the start before they decide which comp they want to run. Looking at the other side, Whirlwind is going to be with that Sigma Hog combo. Going to be very interesting to see how long they can hold this choke.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of a pick-based combination here with the Hog versus, pretty bunkered right up here. Very hook-based from Zenith with the Hanzo and the Ashe, as well as the Zen and the Baptiste. Once they're set up, this is going to be very difficult for Whirlwind to really stand their ground if they allow them to take this high ground away.
And Zenith with that high ground control are just peppering in some shots. They moved over to the low ground onto the objective, putting pressure on the point, forcing members of Whirlwind over, and the fight is happening now in this Mega Room. Magnolia gets the first pick off as they are able to take down False Swords on that Roadhog. A bit of a trade coming in as Vincent gets rid of Grunt as well. So 5v5 for the time being
both teams getting a pick here early on.
With Aurora down, that's going to be tough. Kef gets a pretty nice pick, although, trades it again here. Still, Kef's taken out 2 now, and you can see there's still just a lot of poke happening here. We did see that Grunt got pretty isolated on that first push.
A nice window comes in there from Bing, and unfortunately they actually pay for that with their life. And now with this fight moving over to the point once again, False Swords takes down the Zenyatta in Aurora, and that will be an advantage now for Whirlwind as they are up a player and moving on to the point.
Slowly, you can see the slow rotation here. So they've taken their sweet time on these rotations here, and it's starting to catch up to them here. Just under 2 minutes remaining here. Plenty of ultimates to work with here, though. So Magnolia, Lex, and Azu all going to have those ultimates up, and they're all pretty big ultimates. That said, 5 ultimates on the side of Whirlwind here, so they're going to have to play these real well.
Parity starting off by using that Gravitic Flux to zone out some members of Zenith as they move into the side room to try and mitigate some of the damage coming through. Kinetic Grass comes out as Parity backs up a little bit and absorbs some of the aggression coming through. Not a lot coming on for the attackers right now. Just seem to content to stay outside this choke and poke in a little bit. But they have to move in now. They only have 1:10 left on the clock to get in and get on that point and start getting some of this cap progress coming through. Azu has the Gravitic Flux online for Zenith, but not using that to engage. There are a few ultimates right now for Zenith, but they haven't decided to spend them just yet as we are now under a minute, and the Bob comes out from Lex, and that will be the go button for the attackers to get onto this point. However, Yahoo gets the first pick with the Bob themselves. Bob coming out getting 2, and that is going to make this attack much harder for Zenith. They're going to hold on in this room as they're hoping for members to come back, but you got to think Whirlwind's going to push forward here and try and punish this while they have the numbers advantage.
They've been playing this really nice and patiently, but now they've kind of been corralled into this kind of side room here.
False Swords was able to take down Lex, but Azu comes back with a big flux and gets 2. And the picks finally come through for Zenith. They've moved over onto the objective, and they're starting to get that cap percentage coming through. With the amount of distance you have to cover getting back from the spawn, that is most likely going to be a .8 cap coming through. And in the nick of time, Zenith is going to continue this attack.
Looks like Kef might get a chance to... No, they're going to opt not to get trapped over there by the recently spawned members of Zenith. Both support ults are going to be available here for this second point. Not really a ton to work with as far as, a heavy snowball potential, unless Bing Dom is able to get this amplification matrix and get a ton of value out of it. Or it does have the rally as well, so they could, pretty aggressively push into this.
Verity holding onto this high ground, getting close to another flux. Cap also 72 to a pulse bomb. Nice sleep coming in there on the Hanzo, and the follow-up damage is there. Great play coming up from Whirlwind, and especially Vincent with a very nice sleep, and that is going to force the attackers to back up once again. They keep getting in through the main choke and then losing a member or 2 and just having to back right up as Azu falls late in that fight as well. Almost a bit of a stagger, and once again Zenith is going back to the drawing board.
We're seeing a little bit more of the strength of the Roadhog from False Words here. It's, the pick potential of Roadhog during these rotations that Zenith is making. They're able to punish every time they're forced to move, and that's going to be, especially with Grunt on this Orisa, as the Orisa is moving, they're either, in front of their own shield or they don't have a shield, and it just seems like False Words is, punishing every one of these rotations.
Once again, Parity initiating with the Gravitic Flux that forced out the Immortality Field, but that wasn't enough to save Aurora as they fall down again. Nice E comes out from Azu as they got rid of Kef's Pulse Bomb. So a bit of a boon for Zenith, but they're not going to want to move in here as they've lost their Diva once again, and they just keep getting stopped in their tracks.
Ooh, they're going to need to get some, get some cleaner rotations, I think, here, or, False Words is going to have to miss at some point. Vincent does have the nano here. Another Bob here from Whirlwind, so Lex does have theirs as well. So some options coming in here. Bing Dong has the amplification matrix still, and Grunt does have the fun drums, so this could be a ton of damage coming into this, and they're going to need it. They need every bit of damage on here because they can't keep getting picked.
And that is going to start with Bing's amplification matrix coming out of Fall Swords. It's the whole hog. They had the nano boost applied to them as well, and that takes out 2. Once again, Zenith is going to be rebuffed. They cannot get in. And as you mentioned, Aegis, Fall Swords doing a great job on the Roadhog, finding those initial eliminations, which just stopped all of these attacks before they even get going.
It seemed like there was a weird isolation happened there to Grunt. You know, trapped in the room with the Mega. I'm not sure what exactly the plan was. They were splitting the team, but it just didn't seem to be enough. Oh no.
Bob coming out to play once again. Yahoo gets 3 with that. Parody just cleaning up. Overtime's going to burn away. That is round 1 complete. 1 point taken by Zenith, but no percentage on the second. So this is a very clear win condition coming up for Whirlwind. You have to think now that they are favored to take Volskaya.
Especially with the kind of little bit more pick-based composition that they are using. You know, if Fall Swords is able to, you know, get 1 or 2 of those picks, Volskaya is a map that you can lose this first point so quickly, and then they're just going to have to get 1 tick on the second one. So Zenith is going to need to play so carefully here if they do not want to get punished by, you know, the pick potential coming out from Whirlwind.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. We've talked about it a lot already in that first round, just how often the first player that fell was always on the side of Zenith, and they were at a disadvantage right from the get-go. And if Whirlwind can continue that on the attack, they could make a very short work of this next round coming out. And it looks like they're going to go with a similar composition. Yahoo has actually moved over to the Pharah, probably have Robo Killer on the Mercy to pocket them a little bit, and just going all in, trying to get these eliminations.
Yeah, they're going to have to be playing a lot safer here. Seems like opting for the Winston Diva here. So they're going to be looking for Vincent here. Robo Killer is going to be, you know, obviously up in the sky probably with Yahoo. So it really is going to be, you know, looking to take out Vincent and get rid of this Ana's, you know, the amount of healing they're able to put out here.
Yahoo already getting in, trying to do a little bit of chip damage with the rockets. They get Azu on the Diva very low, but no, Azu's able to get back out, almost getting taken out, which could have been disastrous for the defenders. But Yahoo is going to take that space and push forward, and there are members of Zenith already over onto the point. Magnolia in the backline gets taken down, so the numbers advantage goes the way of the attackers. Whirlwind getting over onto the point. They could take this first point right here and set them up with a huge time bank for point B. Kep's able to take down the Winston, and that could spell the end, and most likely will spell the end for this defense on point A. Yahoo getting in the backline, trying to build up some extra ultimate charge. Nice boop there as well onto Lex, which isolates the Hanzo, and they were able to finish them off. Couple picks coming through. Fall Swords falls over the edge, but that is going to be point A taken here for Whirlwind, and now they're going to get moving on point B, and they're going to have a massive time bank with 550 left in the bank.
Kef is doing such a good job of, you know, adding all the pressure that Yahoo is putting down. We're seeing these rockets connect, but then Kef is right there to be cleaning up these kills. We did get a nice glance at Magnolia there, hitting what looked like every single shot here. So there's definitely some skill, and Yahoo's gonna have to be well aware of where Magnolia's positioned.
A nice engagement comes through by the tanks as the Diva and Winston both dive into the backline, and they're able to take down Vincent. However, Parady's able to punish Grunt as they get forward, so right now it's once again a 5v fight. Barrage comes out but does not find any victims. Lex gets down to 2 HP, but is able to stay in the fight right now. Kept getting over on the point with that Tracer doing some heavy lifting right now in the backline. Nice shot coming in from Magnolia, finishes them off as they get the critical. Grunt back into the fight here on that Winston. They're able to take down Fall Sword, hold on to the defense. They can't even give up a tick, and they're not going to right now. Zenith looking good on this portion of the defense.
Magnolia's Ashe is gross. So we have seen Yahoo move away from that Pharah completely understandably there. Magnolia's putting so much pressure. So Robo Killer probably going to hold on to this Mercy as the Valkyrie is available. Vincent does have the Nano as well. I guess who do you nano here? I guess it's your hog. I guess it's Fall Swords.
They have done that before and been successful, so it could be a play that they want to use again. Volsword's getting close to the whole hog. We've seen them utilize that whole hog nano combo in the past already. Lex has a Dragon Strike online, going to be attempting to try and zone out or split off members of Whirlwind with that. Now members of Whirlwind moving over on the point, putting on that pressure, making somebody drop or make a little bit of a play. Fall Swords into the backline on the Roadhog. They can be an absolute menace back there. Gravitic Flux coming out once again from Parity. Picks up a lot but isn't able to knock anyone down. They get the nano boost applied to them. Azu's bomb is able to find Kef. And this defense is still looking alright right now for Zenith, but if they cannot afford to lose any more members here.
Really, it seems like Zenith is doing such a nice job. They seem like maybe they need a bit of a warm-up there. This is the best they have looked so far. It seems like they've kind of found that positioning that they need. Everyone is playing just a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more decisively as well. As we did see Fall Swords make a pretty long flank on the Roadhog and kind of split the attention. But we saw, you know, the cohesiveness from Aurora and Magnolia was magnificent.
And this could be it. Bob taking a nap on the job. That's not what you want to see your Butler doing. They wake up just in time to take some shots in onto Grunt. Magnolia trades out Kef, and that is once again so important for these defenders to get the first pick. Hold on. As I mentioned, they can't even give up a tick here as of what happened on their attack. And now Magnolia is able to sit in the backline with that Ash and just deal in damage with impunity right now. There's no pressure being put on that hero in the backline. Yahi now rotating around to this left-hand side. A nice headshot there onto Azu, and this could turn everything around for Whirlwind. Have to back up for a moment. A nice bio grenade came out there from Bing, and that delays the push as there was no healing available for the members of Whirlwind. They had to wait for that bio grenade to subside, and now they're onto the point, and they take the tick just like that. Whirlwind takes this first map 2-1.
Oh boy, it seemed like that fight wasn't quite over yet, but just not enough pressure on the point to hold on to it. We are going to see Magnolia on the Hanzo actually, so definitely, you know, pulling their weight on multiple heroes so far in this game, despite the loss.
Parity almost ate that Dragon Strike too. They had the Kinetic Grasp out on the Sigma, but they were just facing away from the Dragon Strike and weren't able to absorb that ultimate in the end. But at the end of the day, great showing coming out from Whirlwind. And with this being a 1-2, they're already at match point.
Yeah, it's going to have to be, they're going to have to turn this right around. Zenith is only going to have really one shot to pull a win out of this. So it's going to be reverse sweep or die now.
Yeah, luckily with it being a 1-2, that reverse sweep is a little bit shorter than it might normally be in like a 1-3 match. But having said that, it's tough to win one match in Overwatch, or one map in Overwatch a lot of times, so 2 is just by that logic twice as hard.
Exactly, twice as hard. We are going to be coming into Hollywood here. I think based on the compositions that these teams are running, the more of the pick base from Fall Swords and this Roadhog, they could just keep running this. I don't know if we'll see any massive changes here. The bunker that Zenith did come out with is, you know, extremely valuable on especially this first point, and can be on the Streets phase of Hollywood as well.
I think the Streets phase is where it'll start to get really interesting between these two teams, because that's when the high ground really comes into play. You don't see as much of that on Volsky. We did see some of it on the first point, but Hollywood, that second area, that second phase going through the streets, that high ground is so incredibly valuable. It seems like whichever team can take that normally has the upper hand, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah, especially now that I guess the elevator is now no longer kind of random. It's a little bit easier and more consistent to take that high ground. So I think we'll probably see, you know, as usual, a ton of fighting over that. I am very curious to see what is going to be coming out the doors here from these teams. It wasn't, you know, it's not exactly a classic composition with the Sigma Roadhog, but definitely a very effective one.
Yes, and as we're getting ready for this next one, we'll see if there's any substitutions coming through. Maybe that's where Zenith can turn it around as well. We do have Bonesaw coming in. They've got traded in for Lex coming into this next map.
Yeah, all right. So that might be a little bit of a different look here with Bonesaw. I believe that Bonesaw was actually from B League, I think was mentioned earlier. So this is kind of exciting to see a player grow and find their way moving up into the A League like this. So I'm excited to see how this fares for them.
For sure, and Bonesaw is a wicked name. Like, at least I think of Spider-Man 1 when I think of that with, Randy Macho Man Savage coming in as Bonesaw. So, big props to the name, and this is going to be really fun to watch. I think Zenith might want to stick with that Winston Diva combo for their tank line. I think it can really help out, taking that high ground, especially later on in the map.
Yeah, the mobility is really effective. I would personally be terrified to be diving into the Roadhog of False Swords, but these are very capable tank players, much more capable than myself, so I'm sure they're gonna be just fine, whatever they're running.
That's why we sit in the comfort of the quote-unquote broadcast booth, because we don't need to embarrass ourselves when playing in these games. But this is going to be a really good one coming up here, and Zenith is going to start on the defense this time around.
Yeah, so teams have swapped sides, and we are seeing some shadows of what looks like 2020 playoff Overwatch. Putting in decay on the Zarya looks like it might be what's happening with Whirlwind. False Swords again on this Roadhog. They are going to have plenty of opportunity to change this around, so we might see some changes leading up to it. I know we've agreed not to try to comment too much on the attackers' composition until it's ready, because we've been bitten before.
Yeah, they like to tease us with really fun heroes to watch and then sometimes just switching right off. If Whirlwind sticks with this, it's going to be a bit wild, and it looks like they are. The Zarya Roadhog combo, yeah, double off tanks right now, no main tank in the equation for Whirlwind as they head up to this first choke.
Yeah, this was the meta that Washington made their massive run on. Kef on this Widowmaker, trying to keep these sight lines down here, and an initial pick onto Magnolia is big.
That False Swords once again getting into the back and just deleting somebody, and that allows Kef to push forward on this Widowmaker and help finish off Grunt. And now the picks are coming fast and furious for the Widowmaker, clicking some heads in the back on the point, and this is going to be another Whirlwind attack coming in.
This is big. They opened up so much room for Kef there, and they're able to just kind of finish off those kills the same way that we saw them on the Tracer. Capitalizing on Yahoo's rocket damage. We saw it there, and oh boy, another pick for them. I feel like they must need to make some swaps here. Someone's going to have to put some pressure. Azu's moved to defense.
Kef is looking fantastic on this Widowmaker so far as we have this top-down look. And you can see Yahoo and False Swords rotating around to the right-hand side, going at a bit of a cheeky flank with that Roadhog. And Kef in the backline is just not being pressured at all, as you mentioned, Ageless. Trying to find a shot onto the Doomfist, getting them low and taking down Bonesaw. So once again, that'll be a quick advantage for Whirlwind. They seem to be finding these first picks extremely consistently.
They have just such advantageous positioning here. Being able to get... Oh, boy. Oh, Yahoo almost gets punished there. They have such advantageous positioning here. And when you have the Widow, the members of Zenith just have to walk into the sightlines here. And just hope they don't get picked. And it's so far really unsuccessful.
And now with the walls coming out, that will give the nice angles for Kef. They will know where their enemies are for the next 15 seconds. Yahoo getting in the back. They have a Dragon Blade online, but will they need it? Nice sleep coming out on the Grunt. Puts them on the floor, and the rest of Zenith follows up. Or Whirlwind follows up, excuse me. And now the Dragon Blade coming out from Yahoo, getting in the back, taking down the Cowboy, and now making the objective their own, protecting this payload. Yahoo doing a great job on the Genji. Doesn't hurt when you have a Brig swinging there, proccing that Inspire, so they are healed up the entire time. That's the second checkpoint taken, and with 5:20 left on the clock, this payload is burning rubber.
Moving so quickly, Magnolia does get caught out, got short spawn there, so little expected for them to be picked late there, but all the same, it's rough to be getting picked off that late in the fight as False Swords again another pick.
Another beautiful hook coming in from the Roadhog. However, the payload hasn't moved too far onto points towards point C so far, just inside those hangar doors. Bing pushing up on this Baptiste did use their amplification matrix in the last fight, but already at 40% to another one. That Bat building those ultimates up very quickly. And right now there is nothing on the board for either team, so this is going to be a bit of a dry push. We'll see what Whirlwind can do on the attack. The Zenith might be stabilizing here as they use the beat coming in from Aurora.
Kef is having a tough time, I think, finding these sight lines. Of course, with everyone in the grab, it's a little bit easier. This last point of Hollywood, though, is a little bit tighter. Although it doesn't seem to matter. They're going to have all the room in the world now again, as Zenith is going to have to push back into this Widow.
And it looks like they might have stood a chance there on that grab because they did get the beat from Aurora, but it's just too much damage coming in. You could only mitigate it for so long. Another nice headshot from Kess. Deletes Bonesaw, sends them back to the spawn room, and now with Aurora falling, this could be tough for the members of Zenith, but they are pushing forward and trying to make the best of this. Only one member left on the point, though, so this payload's going to keep moving. We'll see if anyone can touch her. It looks like Bonesaw will be able to do just that. Uses the Doomfist ult to stall this out a little bit more. Wait for some more of those respawners to get back. Nice bio nade comes out once again from Vincent, which is able to deny that healing, and they finish off Bonesaw on the back of that self-destruct coming over the top from Azu. That does not claim any victims, and now with the sleep coming through on the Winston, Kevin just going to sit in the back and do so much damage on that Widowmaker. Another Graviton Surge comes out from Advan, and that allows the rest of Whirlwind to push forward here. It looks like this is all over but the crime for Zenith. We'll see how much longer they can stall. Bonesaw trying to come back with the surprise Bastion, but they just did not make it in time. That is round one complete, and a very, very nice time left on the clock for Whirlwind.
You could see there that Grunt had come back in on a Reinhardt, got a pretty decent shatter, was immediately slept, shield bash, hooked, and just erased. Turned it into an absolute vapor within a second of them getting to the point just to try and stall there. So the amount of crowd control available for Whirlwind has been just immense and insurmountable so far for Zenith. It seems like they're really struggling to be able to contest against all of the damage coming out. You know, the Zarya Hog combination, it leaves you pretty open. You know, Grunt gets those. You get a free shatter, but there's so much damage coming out of this comp that, you know, they're punishing every rotation pretty successfully.
Yeah, and you just described what it's like to play main tank in Overwatch these days. Just 17 different kinds of crowd control getting thrown your way, and you just can't play the game for about 4 minutes at a time, it seems. And, you know, that's how it is with the main tank, but a good job by Whirlwind of using those abilities and then focusing the fire afterwards to follow up and make sure that they get those kills quickly, get that payload in, and now it's up to Zenith to see what they can do on the attack.
I like this move to the Reaper from Bonesaw. I think they'll probably be able to put a little bit more consistent pressure onto Fall Swords. Oh boy. Fast pick across 2 picks.
A couple of picks come through. Zenith has taken the lead in that department, though, as Aurora is able to get a kill with the Lucio getting into the backline with the support. And now Bonesaw teleporting to the high ground on the cafe, seeing if they can take down Robo-Killer, and they do. That is an absolutely massive pick. The Baptiste now out of the fight, and Zenith is sitting pretty on the point. They are getting the necessary eliminations, and this is going to be a quick point A take for themselves as well, unless members of Whirlwind want to see if they can contest this at all. Vincent doing a little bit on that Lucio, but not burning a ton of time off. Next to come in is Adbon on that Reinhardt, and they get swiftly dispatched, and that will be point A coming through for Zenith. A very good start to their attack.
Yeah, it seems like Azu is able to, you know, maybe keep a little bit of a closer eye on Kef here, and Bonesaw is, you know, doing exactly that. They're just going in there and shredding the front line, playing a little bit more of like an enforcer, I would say, although a couple nice little mini flanks to pick off Vincent towards the end of that first point.
You can see right there, Azu just playing payload simulator, trying to get that cart as far forward as they can. Shadow comes out on the rooftop from Admin, but everybody from Zenith was able to get out of dodge and not get hit by that ultimate. And even though this payload's still moving, there are members of both teams going down right now. Bonesaw getting in the back. They were the ones to finish off Kef, which is important. They don't have to worry about the Widowmaker. Those sightlines are so much safer for the time being. The payload's still moving forward here, almost halfway to the second checkpoint. And with that kill coming through by Magnolia on the Cowboy, it's going to keep moving.
Tons of room here, and Kev is swapped over to the Tracer. So this is going to be, this is exactly what you want as Zenith. You force this long-term engagement that was outranging Magnolia, frankly, onto a hero that Magnolia is still going to be able to keep a close check on with that flashbang.
It will be tough to keep a close eye on Kev, as they are so good. We've already seen it on this Widowmaker. They know what they're doing. Magnolia comes out with a Deadeye, is able to take down Vincent. And that is the go button for Zenith. They have already pushed through and got the second point, another extension into the time bank. And Azu has a self-destruct online, but not needed for the time being. Zenith has pushed through, and they are putting a comparable time bank on the board so far to Whirlwind on their attack.
I am curious if we are going to see False Swords move off of this Hog. It seems that now that the Reaper is on the field, it's so much... Oh boy, alt spawn there. Nice stick.
That was a nasty stick coming out from Kev. The payload is still moving, however, and that is going to be important. Really, with the spawns coming out, I think Zenith really has to win one more fight and then deal with stragglers coming in after that if they want to push this in quickly. They could still even better the time bank that Whirlwind picked up. However, False Sword's getting into the back line, tries to get a hook. Bonesaw gets in there and punishes him on the Reaper, doing so much damage. Has a Death Blossom online, trying to get into the back line, seeing if they can find a target, and they do. Takes down Yahoo and gets rid of Adbon to boot. That's going to get this payload very close to the end. Members of Whirlwind have to get in and touch here. Payload getting perilously close to getting pushed all the way through, and Matrix comes out, kept getting onto the point, trying to contest as much as they can, but they fall by the wayside. Next beat comes out from Aurora. T13 sealed up, getting very close to the end, and they push it in a full minute quicker than Whirlwind did on their attack. What plays coming up from Zenith? They are right back in this fight.
An attempted Sig 9 towards the end, just a little bit too late. This is incredible. This is exactly what they needed here. They needed a big turnaround, a big swing in momentum, and they're going to have 3 minutes now. A full minute, as you said, longer than Whirlwind to work on this overtime. This momentum can be really key for teams turning things around. You're coming out of this map loss, a pretty impressive attack there from Whirlwind. So to turn that around and put up such an impressive time bank, you got to feel good as a team.
100%. And honestly, that was a record-setting attack for Zenith just now. They ran through Hollywood so fast. It was so impressive, and they are really on the board. As you mentioned on Volskaya, they took a little bit of time to warm up, but now that they are fully ready to go, they look like they could be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I am curious if we are going to see the same... Seems like we are seeing the same tank line coming out here. Adbon and False Swords on that Sigma Hog. So still very heavy poke here. Yahoo on that Genji and Kef on the Echo. So a pretty effective long-range poke team here. Going again, Grunt on that Reinhardt. And Bonesaw on the May, actually.
Aurora asking if they can mulligan map 1. I wish you could, Aurora, but they're looking great so far here on Hollywood. Nice Maywall comes out there from Bonesaw that is able to split members of Whirlwind. That forces through a bit of a rotation to make sure their team is grouped up once again. As it gets the first pick onto Cap, that is the Echo out of the skies. Yahoo just throwing in some shurikens here, trying to do a little bit of extra poke damage. Nice Fire Strike comes out there from Grunt as well, but they fall down. A nice hook from False Swords. However, they get frozen up, but their support is there for that Roadhog to stay alive and stay in the fight. The rest of Zenith is backing up now. They have no more space to give on point A, and once again, Whirlwind ripping through point A. Neither of these teams can really hold any kind of a meaningful attack at the beginning of Hollywood.
I am curious about Bonesaw on this May. Yes, you're right. Both teams really struggling on their defense here as the first point is taken, and still 45 seconds remaining on the clock. There is some big ultimates here, and I think Zenith is going to be completely playing around these 8 big ultimates that they have. If they're able to hold on to and get Bonesaw a Blizzard quickly, I think that could really put a stop to the card here. but like they can't give up this much space before that comes online, so they're going to have to move quickly to put a stop to this.
And as we mentioned earlier on, this high ground is so important on the second portion of Hollywood. You can see Whirlwind utilizing that fully, and now the Graphitic Flux comes out from Adbon. Doesn't kill anybody, but gets him low. Uses a lot of utility on the side of Zenith, which makes it harder for them to push in. Another big hook comes in onto the map, and they're able to finish it off. Yahoo getting into the back with the blade is able to finish off front. Now hunting into the backline, takes down Magnolia as well. That will allow this payload to continue to be pushed here. And this next engagement will most likely come close to the end of checkpoint B.
Again, Bonesaw only at 85% of this Blizzard here. They might, if they're able to hit a couple shots coming out of here, they might be able to build it up. You can see False Swords looking for another one of those cheeky picks that has caused so much trouble as Kev puts the duplicate onto the Reinhardt.
Yeah, the surprise hard coming in from Cap as they are trying to push forward, building themselves up to Shatter. It only takes about 4 swings, but the nice fire strike comes through, and that's going to do it. Throws out the Shatter, nice block comes in from Grunt, but will it be enough? It'll be enough at least to get the beat out from Aurora, which is going to allow them to push forward here, and they might just hold on and stop the car right here. Self-destruct comes onto the point and is used as a zoning tool. Grunt doing so much work on this Reinhardt, swinging free, and that is going to stop the payload there, but a very nice push coming out from Whirlwind. This is easily winnable.
Very winnable for Whirlwind here, getting up to just before the second checkpoint. Yeah, they really have their work cut out for them here, Zenith. It's going to have to be... They're going to have to be playing a little bit faster here. Bonesaw unable to really find much with that Mabe. You could hear that Blizzard go off as after the timer had stopped and after the card had stopped. I'm wondering if they just stick with their Reaper on the attack here. I understand, you know, trying to do a little bit of crowd control and isolating some of the tanks with the walls on the defense. I'd like to see that Reaper come back. It was so effective at dealing with False Swords, and False Swords seems to be a huge problem for Zenith so far.
With how effective Zenith's attack was the first time around, you gotta think that they're gonna run the same thing once again, and that looks like it's going to be the case. You got Bonesaw back on that Reaper, and Whirlwind here still going with the Hog Sigma, Yahoo on the Pharah. The Pharah can be an interesting choice. Obviously, Magnolia can do some damage with that hit scan, but Bonesaw is going to be effectively useless against that character in particular.
Yeah, Yahoo on this fire is going to be really, you know, cutting Magnolia's work out for them. So they're going to definitely have to put some pressure on this fire. There's going to be a lot of spam coming in here. Again, a very high damage composition for Whirlwind. Zenith's going to have to, you know, play fast here, and they do have Aurora on this Lucio to help them with these rotations.
A lot of damage coming out from Yahoo right now, as there are a lot of members of Zenith in a very small room, so that Rocket can do a lot of splash. False Swords gets a hook off, but they get burned down by the Diva Reaper combo, and that is going to open the door for Zenith to get forward onto this objective. Once again, Magnolia is the next one to get a pick as they take out Yahoo on that Pharah. So the skies are now that much safer. Magnolia doing some work on the Cowboy up top. The rest of the team on that point, taking it over. They are going to get this point A cap coming through, and they have over 2 minutes left on the clock. This attack is looking just as fast as their first one.
If Whirlwind isn't able to turn something around here, you're absolutely right. This is just as fast as that first attack, and they're going to have to stop them. This payload's already moving, and Whirlwind doesn't really have the high ground advantage so far this time, as False Swords is already down. You know, there's the 3 members up top here that we're seeing. Looks like it's going to be challenged by Bonesaw unsuccessfully.
A nice cheeky teleport coming out there from Bonesaw, but unfortunately Yahoo was able to sniff that out and take them right down. The payload is still moving a bit, but as you can see, Whirlwind is up now on the high ground, just waiting for the members of Zenith to push back in. And there's only 1:25 left on the clock, and you have to remember with this being a first to 2, if Whirlwind is able to hold on here, they're going to take the match. Zenith has to push the payload all the way through to the end where that yellow mark is up above on the HUD to stay alive in this match. False Swords getting very low on that Roadhog, and they get taken down. That's such an important pick, as Oz was the one that was able to finish him off. Yahoo tried to get into the back line with the Hanzo, and they get taken down by this D.Va who's an absolute threat right now. Magnolia was able to find a couple critical hits in the midst of that, and this is getting pushed forward. This could be the final fight. This could determine whether Zenith goes on to a third map or lose this one out.
Azu does have the bomb, some really big ultimates, zoning ultimates especially. We see the Deadeye come out.
The Deadeye was
No
only
luck.
really able to take down the shield of Robokiller, and the members of Whirlwind are getting in there. They're using these ultimates perfectly right now, and there's only 30 seconds left to go. It's going to be tough for Zenith to get back on this cart with a full 6 in any meaningful way. Most likely somebody like Aurora is going to have to touch Aurora or maybe Azu, and then they'll have to take the fight from there.
They have the pieces they need, 4 ultimates, and they're all big ones here. But you're right, it's going to be up to likely Aurora. It seems like almost all of them. Oh, they get picked on the rotation.
Bing gets taken down right before Aurora's sound barrier comes through, and that could be just a disaster for the members of Zenith. However, they're able to get in the point, and with that big shatter coming down from Grunt, they still have a chance. This payload almost into that golden box of victory. And with Azu taking down Fall Swords, this could go either way. 3-on-2 on the point right now. This Ryan getting very low, and it looks like Whirlwind will hold on here by the skin of their teeth. Just have to deal with these stragglers. First off, with Azu, Aurora getting a pick onto Robokiller, which is going to be only a consolation kill, I think. It looks like the members of Zenith are just bleeding in one by one. Azu in the Pilot Diva form is about to fall. And with Magnolia going down on the Tracer, that will finally do it. The overtime wick burns through. Whirlwind wins, and they are going to take this match 2-0.
So close there as Whirlwind does come ahead, and they're going to be there. They're going to be making their way out of that mid bracket. We're going to see Robokiller here on the Brigida towards the end of it. I think it must have been their first attack here.
You love seeing the Brig play the game. It's just really a lot of swinging. Some good use of the crowd control abilities as well from Robokiller, but at the end of the day, a great showing from Zenith as they take that 2-0.
Yeah, so Whirlwind's going to walk away with the win here, but I think with Zenith, you have to be happy with how this game went. There were some really nice highlight plays from a lot of these players. I think the swap to the Reaper and some of the other compositional swaps they made really show that this team can do it. They can step up, but they can play with these teams. They can make the changes that they need to make. I think it might have been a little bit late to on some of those swaps, but they made them, and I think it came together really well for them on Hollywood despite the loss.
It really did, and it was a good showing from Zenith. They had some strong moments. Obviously, that first attack on Hollywood really stands out as a bright spot in their game today. But at the end, you got to give it to Whirlwind. They knew what they had to do to win, and they executed it flawlessly.
Yeah, absolutely perfect here. I think we'll probably Amber, we welcome back by Squall here.
Yes, I am here too.
Hey, welcome back.
Thanks. Yeah, no, that was a good showing for both teams, and I mean, Zenith especially having to sub in Grunt on the main tank role as Taku was not here this week, and then also Whirlwind having a sub in for their main tank as well. So it was, both teams were kind of down a leg there. Losing your main tank is not something that you want to have happen. Being down your main tank is probably one of the most influential roles that you could be down for a week, unfortunately. But both teams still came out very strong. We still saw a lot of bright spots from Zenith. Despite this loss, they still had so many bright moments. Their attacks on Hollywood were phenomenal. It just comes down to those small details in fights sometimes, and Whirlwind were able to get the upper hand at the end of the day, but still a very, very strong showing from both teams on the side of both Whirlwind and Zenith. Very, very strong game.
Yeah, and with Whirlwind as well playing a double off tank, because as you mentioned, they don't have the main tank with them, so a nice adaptation for them as well, which really paid off.
It's not often you see the I guess it's not often you see in high level play the Zarya Hog come out unless it's kind of been established meta. We see it a little bit more frequently where in the ELO that Newbie and I play in, it doesn't usually work that well.
Yeah, no, you see it occasionally in ladder. It just doesn't go well, but they made it work. They made it work. And by the
Yep.
look of it, we don't have any interviews from Whirlwind, so we'll just on broadcast wish them congratulations on their win. Zenith, still congratulations on looking as strong as you did despite being down your main tank. That's definitely a little bit of a crutch, but you know, it was still a very, very strong showing for both teams. And I think, you know, Zenith's coming back with Taku next week or after our break week. I'm excited to see how they do and where they go from here.
You never
And
know,
it's-
and there's always room for improvement, right?
Yeah.
As the season
Always
goes on,
room
we'll
for-
probably see some improvement.
Yeah, it's nice to see how teams grow and improve over the season. And so yeah, with that we can go right ahead and head to our break, in which case we will head to our final match to see between two teams that are currently 2-0, Summit and Solomon Island Sloths, and see who will take the top spot on the leaderboard as to whether Summit will hold on to their current lead or if Sloths will beat them out for it. So this will be a banger match. You don't want to miss it. So stick around and we'll be right back.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN, Badcliff, and John_Overwatch Coaching. Recap Overwatch. 4400.
Hello everyone, welcome to our first Bad Batch League lunchtime, not brought to you by BPL, as you can see.
Hello everybody and welcome to the very first game of the BPL inaugural weekend.
Urban black spin, black is the Mozart.
He picked up 3, 4, 5. Hey. For 5K per D, 6K per D.
Oh my God! It's a 5K from Toxinator. Legacy are your season 1 BPL champions.
Completely different.
So all the it's gonna fall lower. Laid out by Mr. C. Magnolia is waiting for the Blizzard first. Oh my God. That's able to do it. Cat boys no longer. These are cat men.
Are you like Yazan's brother or some shit?
Burns is the Michael Jordan of BPL.
Well, we put in the work, I guess, but I don't know. Rico, would you still say we're a bottom 5 team?
I'm gonna take these hot casters out on a date, so I'm gonna stay.
Flashy, can you catch me? 50 on a pink Porsche, 2 baddies in the backseat, horny, true story. Had to kick 'em out, sorry. My oh my, yeah, I don't care what flavor, at least it be some cheese. Yep, you seeing how this baby want, bitch, you got Steve. And these girls use me, so I flick 'em like fleas. I did it with ease, heard you wanna cook keys. Alright, I'ma fly to the UK to eat my mind off a fine lady's boobay. I'm too polite, girl, may I see the booty? I love my life, my oh my. People say I gotta be different, but I'm just myself. Oh my, I got another hottie in my DMs every minute giving me hell. Is it cause I'm fly?
We keep on walking through fire, but we always get what's required. So many things we desire, but I only bring you a lighter, so we can add fuel to the flames. Keep on playing games. Oh, adding more fuel to the flames. I know I'm to blame. Yeah, so I don't wanna love you. I don't wanna hurt you anymore. Oh, I don't wanna hold you. I don't wanna hurt you anymore. So I think you should walk out the door, door. Out the door. I don't wanna hurt you anymore.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now on Game 4 of the first day of this weekend for our A-League matches, so we are going into probably the highlight match of the day, at least on paper, one would say, and we are going into Summit versus Solomon Island Sloths, two teams which are currently 2-0 in their standings and are looking to come out on top as the solidified top of the roster going in. Summit does have a better map differential than Solomon Island Sloths currently, but you know, if Solomon Island Sloths pulls it off, they pull ahead of Summit regardless.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting match. Like you mentioned, both teams 2-0 so far, so somebody's going to go down to 2-1 today, and these teams are so closely matched and both so talented. I couldn't even begin to guess which team is going to take this one, which is why it's going to be so fun to watch.
I'm really excited to see this Summit obviously not dropping a map so far. So is this going to be the match where they get their first map taken off of them?
Yeah, who can be the first person to take a map off of Summit? A team led by Mac Tackle with an absolute MTD performance every time. Going into Solomon Island Sloths with the very well-known Texas Money Jr., who has been kind of flexing around here and there, but pretty solidly been on the DPS role most of the time. And we see quite a few names dynamic on the side of Summit, which I'm sure a lot of people are going to be looking forward to that duel between the two DPS.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fun duel to watch as we're getting ready to head into our first map, which looks like it's going to be Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, heading into Anubis, it's sometimes the map will see some kind of niche comps come out. You know, this is where you put in your Jake Rat, I think, especially on Anubis. So we'll see if we see any, you know, a little bit abnormal comps. It doesn't look to be the case though so far.
These comps are looking a bit more traditional than what we saw in our last match with, you know, the double off tanks. Obviously, those teams were dealing with some substitutions and some missing players, so that makes sense. But these are two of the best teams right now in the league, and so I want to see them come out on their best comps and give us the best game possible.
Yeah, gonna start things off here with XFD on the Sombra going against a Garden Sombra. So we're gonna see where both of these heroes obviously going to be effective against the Wrecking Balls on either side. It seems like Garden already taking some damage though, so maybe found out.
The Solomon Islands, it looks like they're just kind of going right up the gut now with Manzino getting into the back and with the help of Sephora getting rid of Genesec, and that is going to be the start, and it's going to be tough now for the rest of Solomon Islands to get in as they've already lost their main tank with the Wrecking Ball going down. Nice focusing beam coming up for Manzino as well. Manzino getting into the backline and doing so much damage with this Echo. With Sephora finishing off another member of Solomon Islands, this is going to be a reset for them.
Quite a late kill onto Genesec. Oof. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be a reset for them. You can see that XFD is just trying to find a way in through all the spy checking that's happening here. Looking like they're going to have a go at going left here. They're going to have to deal with Mazzino though. Mazzino has been, you know, up above, just raining this damage down.
A nice grappling hook kill from Mac Tackle was able to claim that Sombra, but that's all they're going to get right now. The members of Summit are coming back in, and they are getting the kills that are needed to get through this as they are moving forward here.
So Texas Money Jr. with the pretty aggressive Transcendence here. So when this is over, Mac Tackle is going to have the minefield ready to go, and there's not really going to be a ton to deal with.
And this looks like the first cap is probably, yes, it's going to come through. It's going to be going to Solomon Island Sloths. They are going to move forward here towards the next point, and they almost have that EMP online. We'll see which EMP comes out on top here. Whoever gets the better EMP could really change the course of this next fight.
This is XFD is going to need to hit Golden Cake here. With Texas Money not having the Transcendence available, we're seeing the rally to start things off, and there's that EMP.
That's going to be perfect. That hit 5 members of the Sloths as they all get hacked up right now. XFD has their EMP online and they throw it in right away, getting that duplicated echo, but not much else. How allows Zeno to build himself back up to another mech garden, getting into the back and a huge field kill. Mac Tackle's able to get 2 with that ultimate. And now Summit is punching back and getting the kills they need to hold on here and not give any ground on point B.
This is huge, and you can see Rise trying to escape with the Baby Diva and finally killed. So someone's going to have to wait, or sorry, Solomon is just going to have to wait a little bit for Rise to get back with that mech. You know, both support ultimates available here for Summit. They have the pieces that they need, I think, to really make it work. Solomon is, yeah, just the bomb. So they're going to really need to make something really big out of Rise's bomb here.
They have to be careful about Mac Tackle as well. Hiding in the backline with the Wrecking Ball, going to get a huge pile driver. That is a lot of ultimate charge coming in. A nice sneaky little play there from the Wrecking Ball. And now taking on Jenny Sec on the other side. Doesn't get rid of them, but at least pushes them back a little bit right now. Mac Tackle trying to get over onto the other side. Flighty was able to get in with a Resurrect and get Nazino back into the fight quickly. And now it looks like it's all coming apart for Solomon Islands. They've lost a couple members once again. This Echo has been doing so much work for Mazzino.
Mazzino seems fairly uncontested here, you know, but yeah, there's not really anyone to look for them. So, you know, not having the Sombra, so Garden has swapped over to the Tracer here. So no Sombra on the field, and XFT does have the CMP, and I think we're going to see it come up pretty aggressively here.
And the important thing is they hit Bolton Gate, who did have the Transcendence online, but now they're not able to use it as they were hacked up in that massive EMP that comes out once again from XFT. Now the rest of Solomon Islands moving over onto the objective, seeing if they can take advantage of the eliminations that they have already accrued on this point. Mazzino throws down the duplicate once again, gets a self-destruct very quickly, tosses it. You can see Bolton Gate come back in with the Transcendence, and the defenders are going to be successful once again. Tackle getting into the back line on that Wrecking Ball, doing a lot of damage, and so far so good for Summit and their defense.
The investment so far from Solomon has been massive, and they've gotten nothing for it here. So this is absolutely devastating as far as the ult economy goes here. And oh wow, and Wrecking Ball goes down there to start. So now down a main tank and not really anything from that Pulse Bomb from Connor.
Texas Money, we've seen this from them before, getting in and getting an elimination. Will it be enough to turn it around for the members of Solomon Islands? They're getting onto the point with that Transcendence, so everybody's getting healed up very quickly for the time being. Connor getting into the backline with the Tracer, finding 2, and now with the Luminous getting in. This is looking better and better for Solomon Islands. They are up a lot of members getting over onto the point. They've already taken 1 ticket and close to their second. Mac Tackle was not able to get out. They get taken out just before getting back to the spawn doors, and Genesect getting in and getting this kill onto Mazzino. Not quite. They weren't able to confirm that. And now XFD has come back in on the leg, sitting in the back line, just peppering in as much damage as they can, but it will not be enough. They are going to have to get back out of this fight, but almost 2 ticks. Not quite getting to that second tick, so that is going to hurt them even further, and the clock's burned all the way down to a minute.
1% short of getting that second tick here. XFD moving over to the Tracer as well. So they are going to be, you know, quite a bit behind Garden on the way to that Pulse Bomb. Mazzino does have the copy available. Bolton Cake has a Transcendence available. Gene Sex is, you know, there's Minefield comes out right away here, as well as the copy from Mazzino.
But now Mazzino getting it back, building up these duplicates so quickly, throws in that bomb right away, isn't able to find anything. XFD in the backline takes out Flighty. That's huge. No Resurrect now in the fight for Summit, as their Mercy has to go back to spawn. Transcendence is going to be spent here by Bolton Cake, trying to keep their team as healed up as humanly possible. XFT is the next to fall as they get taken down by the Zenyatta. However, Connor is in the backline wreaking havoc on the Cowboy, getting a bunch of kills, and now that's the second tick coming through, and very close to third. Garden getting back onto the point with the Tracer, is able to stay alive and use that recall to come in for 1 more recontest. So at the very least, Summit has burned it down to no time left on the clock if this attack is successful. Flighty back on the Lucio gets a kill, and Sephora is coming into the fight with a vengeance. Man, Mazzino in the backline with the Doomfist now gets taken out, but was able to take down Connor's Cowboy, which could be pivotal. Only a couple members left for Solomon Islands on their attack. Are they going to be able to pull this out? Illuminous is able to get another elimination as they take down the opposite Tracer. XFD back on the Tracer, trying to get that kill, and they do. They are able to take down Garden, and that will do it. The attack, or the defense, excuse me, is successful.
Looks like we had a maybe a disconnect or some sort of a technical issue here from Rise, or maybe they're over the fact that they didn't get that last 3.9%. Either way, I think there's definitely, you've set yourself as a really good win condition here for Summit. I think, especially from Garden, was huge. Their ability to get onto that point, and you can see they're just kind of doing a little like crouch spam, strafing back and forth just to kill off the last like second to get them into the overtime, and that really allowed everyone to come back.
And that spawn advantage on the second point of Anubis is so strong in favor of the defenders. Aegis, you've said it many times before, it's like you have to win 2 fights at the end of Anubis just to take that point. And Solomon Islands was close. They were almost there, but unfortunately they weren't able to get that last couple percent. So Summit has set themselves up with a very clear win condition on their attack.
Yeah, you really want that second point to complete. It's only 3.9%, but it is the difference between a potential overtime here. So, if Summit's able to complete both points, that's it. It's really going to be tough. I think Solomon Islands definitely has their work cut out for them here. Obviously possible. We just watched it happen. So it is extremely possible for Solomon Islands to hang on here. They're just going to have to play so crisp.
And it's all going to start with this point A defense. A lot of times we don't see it lasting very long, but the longer Solomon Islands can hold out on the defense, the more time they're going to buy themselves when that second point comes through, if it does.
Mizzino on the Genji here, so opting for a pretty, like an extremely dodgy comp here with Mac Tackle sticking onto the Wrecking Ball. You can see pulling so much attention away immediately from Summit. Or sorry, yeah, from Solomon Islands.
Mac Tackle has looked great on the Wrecking Ball so far, which is what we all expected coming into this. They are such a strong main tank. XFD getting into the back and split of Sephora's Diva Mech with the focusing beam, and Solomon Islands is going to be okay for the time being, but they have to try and take advantage of this, and unfortunately Mizzino is able to come back in and get rid of XFD, and now Texas Money Jr. as well, so that's 2 kills coming in, and Mac Tackle has been unleashed in the backline. A nice dash coming through from the Genji, and that is going to do it for point A. A very decisive engagement once Summit committed to that fight.
Between Mizzino and Mac Tackle, oh boy, just tore apart all of Solomon Island Sloths. And they're going to have a lot of pieces here. The Nano is not yet available. You can see Bolton Cake slowly building up to that, up to 80% now. They could build up a quick Nano Blade, and I think it seems like, yeah, everyone's just kind of taking stock of what's going on here as they almost caught out Gene Sex.
With that Nano Blade coming online, that's huge because Texas Money Jr. is only at 80% of their Transcendence. They won't have that online to block this, and they really need it. And Mizzino getting into the backline, getting 2 gets rid of the Diva Mech as well, doing so much damage on that Genji, trying to finish off the Tracer, and XFD does fall. The cap percentage will start coming through for Summit as they have parked themselves on the point. Wrecking Ball coming back in for Jenny Sex, able to get that minefield off, but that's only going to be a mild inconvenience. Garden, though, coming back in with the Pulse Bomb, is able to find 2, and that could do it. Right now, Mizzino gets another kill onto the Tracer. These stragglers coming back in for Solomon Islands are getting wiped out as soon as they touch the point. Self-destruct comes over the top, finishes off the Wrecking Ball, and now with that Transcendence, that's most likely the last nail in the coffin that Summit needs to take this point, as nobody will be going down during that Transcendence. XFD getting very low on the Tracer, falls, and that is the last domino to go down. Summit wins. A great showing here at Anubis, and they're up 1-0 in the match.
Oh boy, makes you wonder why we didn't see that exact combination a little bit sooner. Really effective on the attacks. We are going to see Mac Tackle, who was just dominant during this map.
I'm with Mazzino on that one. I really thought it was going to be the Genji Blade coming out, but Mag Tackle is an absolute force on the Wrecking Ball. Great plays coming around there from the members of Summit. They looked decent on their defense, but they looked absolutely in control when they were attacking.
Yeah, just such clean, fast engagements. You could see they were on top of the point so quickly that Solomon Island just not really able to react in time, and then it just became overwhelming. They had built up so many ultimates that, you know, when this Nano Blade comes out, you know, you haven't built your Transcendence yet. There was it was so dominant on the first point. They were able to just snowball it right through. And, you know, to Solomon Island credit, they managed to hold on for quite a while, given everything that was coming their way.
100%. And now Summit still has not dropped a map so far. They are now up to +5 in the map differential. If they're able to take down our next map, which is Blizzard World, they are going to continue that streak of not being able, or not dropping any maps so far this season.
Yeah, if they're able to take this, it'd be extremely impressive. To go 3-0 with a +6 is incredibly dominant. I think based on what they were running, especially on that attack, just keep running it. It seems like we are going to have Solomon Island going to begin on the defense, which is a lot nicer for us, especially because it means that Summit's red side is now on the red side of the lobby, which makes my life so much easier. So I really appreciate whoever made that call. Thank you, teams.
It's going to be nice for sure. And now we can't discount Solomon Island Sloths. So if there is a team that's going to take a map off of Summit, you think it could be the Sloths. They are such a strong team in their own right. They are going to be having some substitutions coming in as well. Annie has came in for Rise, and it looks like we have a couple coming in for Summit as well. Dubu is in as well.
Yeah, so with these new looks, I'm curious what changes the teams are going to be making here. I guess, you know, if you're Summit, especially on the attack, I wouldn't be making a lot of changes here. Mazzino did such a fantastic job, you know, pairing up with Mag Tackle to just, you know, slice straight through the team.
Yeah, they did. They called out their engagements perfectly, and they were always going in at the same time, and it was really well played by both of them, and that's what you want to see on the dive strategy. And then as an added bonus, they get the nano boost coming in at the end, which really allows that blade to do a lot of work.
And they did manage to catch, you know, the Zenyatta without that Transcendence yet. And that's kind of what began the entire thing.
100%. It's so important. You got to win that race to the support ultimates, because that Transcendence could shut down that Nano Blade in a second. And it was so pivotal that they were able to get it quickly enough to make sure that they were able to take advantage and get those eliminations and really start, which was a dominant cap there on point B.
Yeah, so we are going to be heading into Blizzard World next. I think this is another map that definitely rewards that high ground control. We did see it on Hollywood in the previous match, and even in Temple of Anubis on in the previous map. So it's going to be a really, you know, mobility rewarding map again for them.
For sure, and that is going to play right into their hands. Obviously, playing that Wrecking Ball, if they stay with those more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Mobile compositions. Wow, that's not even a big word, and I forgot it. If they keep on those mobile comps, they can really take advantage of all the different flanking routes and the high ground that you can see on Blizzard World.
Yeah, it seemed like they were having no trouble, you know, staging these dives and the comms during them, and just so quickly moving to the team, not really having any, you know, focus fire troubles at all, as, you know, Solomon Island Sloths just struggling to stay alive.
And as we get ready for Blizzard World, you gotta see Solomon Islands take this map. If they do, we'll be headed to Rialto for the third and most likely final map of the day. It would be a magical time if it was to go past that. But what we have to see first is Solomon Island Sloths get through this map, get a W onto the board. They are going to start off on the attack this time, and they look like they're going with a similar comp, a little bit of a change up on the support line. You got Jupiter on the Brig, and once again, the Zenyatta with that as well.
So yeah, not a lot of burst healing here for Solomon Island. They're going to be looking for really fast engages. You can see coming up from Summit, more of a rush comp here with, I'm guessing that Symmetra is probably just to get that initial teleport. But obviously a more high sustained comp with the Baptiste and the Lucio here. So they're going to be looking to drag this out just a little bit longer. I think Summit is going to have just a little bit more sustain.
And it looks like with Solomon Islands starting on this defense, they're going to get the Sombra back out there. Mazzino on the Sim, they're going left-hand side. Let's see if they want to teleport over near onto the point as Mac Tackle has switched over to the Reinhardt, so the main tank extraordinaire being a little more stable, going for a bit more of a rush comp coming in here. And with that Sombra in the backline, they are able to get one pick. That could be huge for Solomon Islands. Unfortunately, that's traded out. Jupiter is going to fall to the charge of Mac Tackle, and this is looking better and better for Summit getting back onto the point. Once this Symmetra gets charged up, they're going to do just so much extra damage. Also having to deal with the crowd control that may, as the Wrecking Ball gets frozen up, able to roll out, but only momentarily, coming back in, getting a nice pile driver kill. And at the end of the day, Solomon Islands is going to hold on to the point here. They did give up 2 ticks, but they will live to fight another day on point A.
What a frankly bizarre series of teleports there. You can see Dubu had the Maywall on top of the kind of the hut, and then they teleported again onto that. So, you know, as far as just a fast couple of ticks go, you've got to be happy with that. As Summit, Mazzino has now moved away from the Symmetra onto the Cowboy. Dubu's building up to that Blizzard, though, so this is going to be huge for them. Annie's going to have to be really careful and keeping an eye on Dubu. You can see some spy checking happening here, looking for XFD, and big rotation here.
Yeah, Summon on that long rotation, getting up to the high ground, and now Mac Tackle and the rest of the members of Summon are going to drop onto the point. XFD has that ultimate online. They have the EMP ready to go if they want to use it.
Seems like a lot of stuff is happening. We're going to catch a little bit of a... We're going to just pause the game here, put a pause on the PowerPoint that is happening before our eyes, and let everything come back. We are seeing Dubu coming up to this Blizzard. Sepora, Bolton Cake, you know, some big ultimates going to be coming online here. But GeneSex has this minefield, which could be really effective at clearing basically the entire... sorry, GeneSex? Yes. To, you know, clear the rest of Summit off of this point.
Yeah, and we're seeing a nice like action shot right now of GeneSex going in with that Wrecking Ball, getting a nice pile driver in there. XFD has not pulled off that EMP. They still have it in their pocket. There isn't a lot to answer on the side of Summit right now. That is probably going to seal this fight once that EMP comes out.
Yeah, with Cameraman not having a beat available, you know, and Mac Tackle will be losing that shield once it happens. If XFD is able to pull off a decent EMP here, there's, yeah, as you said, like nothing standing in the way. They don't need to worry about catching the Lucio or catching any of the other supports to negate any of these ultimates. There's nothing available for Summit to work with.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And once this goes over, they're probably going to lose, you'd think, another 30 seconds to 45 seconds to regroup and get ready for another fight. So you're looking at about 1:30 left on the time bank. So that's getting quite low as well. It's going to be tough for them to cap with any meaningful amount of time in the bank.
Yeah, it's outside of maybe Dubu finding this Blizzard and using it pretty aggressively. I think that Solomon Island is in a pretty good position to walk away with this fight. That said, you know, there is still a couple minutes left in this attack from Summit, and they seem to have no problem, you know, stealing a tick or two as they did on that first attack.
For sure, and we're going to have to see how they're going to do it. I think we are going to step aside for a quick break while we get this sorted out, and we'll be right back.
keep on walking through fire, but we always get what's required. So many things we desire, but I only bring you a lighter, so we can add fuel to the flames. Keep on playing games. Oh, adding more fuel to the flames. I know I'm to blame. Yeah, so I don't wanna love you, I don't wanna hurt you anymore. I don't wanna hold you, I don't wanna hurt you anymore. So I think you should walk out the door, door, door. Out the door, door.
Hello everyone, and we are back in. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but we are all back and ready to go. Solomon Island was able to hold on the defense during that last fight, forcing Summit to come back in here. They only have 1:45 left to go, and it looks like Jet is going to start off by engaging with that minefield.
This is a really nice minefield. You can see they're forcing a rotation over to the attacker's left. I'm going to try and put them into this little room with the Mega. So just completely denying the ability to make that rotation over to the right. I'm wondering if they go back.
Summit looks like they are going to push forward and try and get through this. Dubu does have a Blizzard online, going to get to the point, probably going to drop that in short order. Self-destruct coming over the top from Annie. Does not blow anyone up, just gets the immortality field, so that is a little bit of value lost for Summit right now. Mazzino getting in there and getting a kill onto Jen. That could be very important. Illuminous popping that trance to try and keep their team in the fight right now, but a lot of damages coming on through. Mac Tackle able to get the next elimination, finishing off Illuminous. The payload has now been unlocked as well and is on the move. An extension in the time bank, and Summit all of a sudden is looking much stronger after that little break.
Yeah, they used, very little, honestly. Like, they brought out the Blizzard and the Deadeye. Well, I guess, and the bomb. So, okay, so they invested a little bit here. But they do still have the Shatter. They still have the Beat ready to go here. This is going to be now a little bit of a standoff here between XFD and Cameraman to see who is going to use those ultimates first. Obviously, this EMP will completely negate the beat from Cameraman, so really going to want to keep an eye on where they are.
Back tackle flew into the backline with that Reinhardt, but had to get back out. There weren't a ton of members left for Summit. Trying to regroup here, come back with a full 6 and get another good engagement going, but the momentum has been stalled by Solomon Islands.
Slowly starting to move it up here. Still have that Shatter, still have that Beat. Bolting Kick coming up to the Amplification Matrix. And, a ton of ults about to come online for Solomon Island, though.
And with XFD having that EMP that could rip everything asunder, you can see they are looking to see if they can find a good place to engage and get that ultimate off. Almost gets hit by the charge. Comes out of Invis, throw down side EMP, and lands on 5 members of Summit. And now they are starting to fall. Texas Mining Jr. on the Tracer getting into the back kill. 1, and that is going to be a lot of kills coming in right now for Solomon Islands. But will it be enough? Mac Tackle causing havoc in the backline on this Reinhardt. Has to get backed out. Annie's being very aggressive on the Diva, and they are going to lose their mech for it. Mac Tackle charging back in out of the fight, trying to get healed up. Texas Money was able to chase that kill down and get the elimination and get back to the payload and the safety of their own team. Jupiter falls down, and this could be another opening for someone to come back in.
This is big, so only Illuminous is left alive, so, almost no healing available here. Jen does have the minefield, and here it comes.
Another good engagement with that minefield, and that is going to draw out the Blizzard from Dubu as well. Freezes a lot of members up, but Illuminous was able to get that Transcendence off. Once again, doing a nice job of trying to negate that ult, but there are still members of Solomon Island falling right now. XFD is going to try and turn this around on the Soldier. 76 gets back in there. A nice flash and fan comes out from Mazzino, and that is allowing this payload to go even closer to the end. Only 3 meters left to push it. We'll see if someone can get it back in there, but the members are finally falling. XFD is able to finish off the Pilot Diva, and that will do it. And now there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. This fight has to be won by Summit if they want to continue.
They do have the bomb, so they are going to be able to clear some space here. No ultimates quite ready for Solomon Island. They're going to be coming up to this Visor, but that's pretty much it. Annie might build a bomb, Texas Money, possibly a pulse bomb. They're going to have to move real quick, though, and here comes that bomb to start things off from Cyphora.
Over the top, forces a little bit of positioning out for the members of Solomon Islands, but it doesn't claim any lives. XFD getting very close to attack the Visor as they are in the backline, just firing as much damage as possible. But that attack Visor is shut down by the Shatter. Mac getting in there with that Reinhardt ultimate, and now Summit is going to have to push forward. This has to be an overtime, has been triggered. Mac getting very low, is most likely going to be taken down, and this looks like at the end of the day, Summit is going to stall out only a couple meters from the end of checkpoint B. And he gets in with a self-destruct at the end. That's the cherry on top of that cake. Round 1 is complete. A nice defense from Solomon Island Sloths, and they are looking like they could really be back in the fight and take a map off Summit.
This is such a nice defense. You could see Jen doing such a nice job denying the rotations that someone is trying to make. When all seems to be lost, they pull it back again. So you're absolutely right. I think Solomon Island, this is going to be probably the best chance that they've had so far to really push Summit and take the map.
This is a very winnable scenario coming in from them. Summit looked very good on their defensive point B of Anubis, but they really got to hold down point A, which is what Sloths did on their defense. They burned so much time off. Summit took basically the entire time bank to take that first point, and that is something that Summit is going to want to emulate now that they're on the defense.
I think with Mac back on this wrecking ball, you know, we saw how dominant Mizzino and Mac Tackle were on their attack on Anubis. It didn't seem to be able to recreate those results here on Blizzard World. You know, their defense was, you know, nothing to really worry about though either. So it's definitely still winnable for them, although you can't be super happy with how that attack went, getting shut down just towards the end of second point.
XFD here on that Widowmaker to start. They might just be looking for a quick pick and then switching. They might stay on it. Gene getting into the backline very quickly on the Wrecking Ball, and with Texas Money Jr. on the Tracer, those mobile heroes are getting into the backline, seeing if they can split the focus of the members of Summit, and they have to back up a little bit here to acknowledge the positioning of those members of Solomon Islands. Now trying to go back to this high ground behind the points where they will set up for this first engagement.
Big slam. Oh boy. Flashed and bashed. As soon as they jump in there, Jen gets erased pretty quickly.
Mac doing a lot of damage with these pile drivers, really knows when to throw that one down, and he's going to lose their mech and fall down. Illuminous got one kill onto Mizzino, which means that it'll take the Cowboy a minute to get back in the fight, and now the Zenyatta's got two. They're on the warpath. Takes off both the DPS, and now they finish off the mech. Somebody stop Illuminous right now. They've been able to take down 3, and they are crushing right now on this. Zenyatta has to deal with the Wrecking Ball next in line. The payload has already been unlocked. Illuminous on fire. Jupiter getting in there helping out, but some great support play coming out from the Zenyatta.
That was nuts. Finishing off the DPS line and then putting a ton of pressure onto Mac Tackle. You can't ask for more from your Zenyatta.
That is pretty much all you ever need from them, right? Just, you know, just kill the entire DPS line and finish off some tanks to boot. That's really all you need, right? XFD's worked themselves up to another EMP, and they're going to pop it early on this fight. That's going to be combined with the Pulse Bomb from Texas Money Jr. That's a 2K. This payload's going to keep moving, and Solomon Island Sloths right now in a great position to take this map.
4.5 minutes are coming up to this last point here. Mizzino does have the Deadeye and Mac Tackle with the Minefield. The Minefield especially, I feel like there's a lot of really big space making ultimates available. You can see that Jen is well aware of what the Cowboy is trying to do there, and they're killed before they can use it.
And another big stick comes in, this time from Dubu. They're only able to get one though. Transcendence coming up, both minefields on the floor as well. Texas Money Jr. getting into the backline on that Tracer, and that is going to do it. Solomon Island Sloths are going to take the map, tie it up 1-1, and that is the first map that Summit has dropped this year.
Incredible. They snowballed their way all the way through that second point, especially. Just kind of brute forced it. They just kept pushing and kept pushing. And you can see Jen so effective on this Wrecking Ball, not only with the minefields getting these kills, but that original positioning. They knew that the Cowboy was heading up to the high ground to use that Deadeye and completely blocked it off. It shut down, you know, the play of the game Cowboy that was, you know, looking pretty, there was some potential to make that happen.
Yeah, that could have been a deadly ultimate coming up, but the Wrecking Ball play from Jen there especially was just sublime. And now we have a 1-1 tie. We're going to a third winner-take-all map. We are going to be heading to Rialto in a moment. We're going to see first if there's going to be any substitutions or anything like that for either of these teams. But we're getting what we were promised. We're getting, what we paid for at the beginning. These teams are both very good and very closely matched, and I can't wait to see this last map.
Rialto does offer, a lot of available compositions here. You can keep running these super mobile comps. We see a lot of the bunker compositions used here as well. But you can keep running Rush into this. Rush is pretty adaptable composition. I think we'll probably see more of the Wrecking Ball. I hope we see more of the Wrecking Ball, especially from Mac Tackle. That's been a pleasure to watch so far. And Illuminous. We talked about them towards the end of Blizzard World. Good Lord, what an absolute monster. I hope they stick to that Zen as we head into Rialto.
Yeah, there were some disgusting plays. You just love to see it when a Zenyatta pops off. Like, I know they're a support hero, but everyone knows that they're basically a DPS hero, and Illuminous really showed it there with some great mechanics. We do have one sub coming in for Summit. It looks like Flighty is going to be coming back into the match, so I would imagine we're going to see some more Mercy come out from them.
I think you're right. I think we might go back to perhaps a Fire or an Echo in the air. There's a lot of space on Rialto, especially on that first point, and I guess the second point as well. There's a ton of cover to play around and a ton of room in the skybox to work with as a Fire or an Echo.
And Mizzino's Echo was on point earlier on Temple of Anubis. That was a very strong hero for them. I think now that thinking back to how strong that Echo was on Anubis, that has got to be the front runner for what Mizzino picks in this upcoming map.
Yeah, I think if they want to, kind of snuff out the Solomon Island reverse sweep of 2 maps, Mizzino on that Echo has got to be somewhere, in that thought process. It was frankly gross the entire time Mizzino was on that Echo. Although, they've looked completely fine across a range of heroes.
Very flexible, and that's true to a lot of these players. We've seen a lot of different heroes come out, which makes for more interesting Overwatch as well. It's not just the same 6 heroes on both sides the whole time, which makes it more fun to watch for sure as we head into Rialto finally. So just a reminder, I know I don't have to remind anyone, but this is a winner-take-all map. This one is for all the marbles. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, this is, obviously the closest that anyone has taken Summit to a loss. So the fact that it's 1-1, Solomon Island already making BPL Season 3 history with taking the first map off of Summit. Are they going to be able to do more here? It's going to get a nice little tour on the gondola.
Honestly, those boats look so cool. Like I know that in Italy they have gondolas and stuff like that, but I want one with a robot as like the driver. I don't know what the name is for that occupation, but that would be a cool way to spend a day for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, like call Elon or something maybe. Although
I
then
don't
it
have
just
his-
starts running over pedestrians somehow.
I don't know. So getting ready for Rialto here, we're seeing Mac Tackle back on that Wrecking Ball, Jen on the Wrecking Ball as well. This Wrecking Ball duel has been great to watch all day, and then Dubu and XFD on these Tracers is also going to be another head-to-head matchup we want to keep an eye on.
So Mizzino is on that Echo that, as we talked about, Texas Money on the Ash, trying to put some pressure. Wait, all right, we are seeing some pressure onto Flighty already here.
And Mac Tackle did go down early on in the fight. They went over the edge somehow, got a suicide coming in there. So I don't know what happened, but luckily the spawns are closed for the attackers right now. Summit isn't going to get penalized by that too much. Mizzino trying to get into this back and get some of these kills. Dubu also on the flank with the Tracer. A little bit too far away right now, but they have found the Ash and they take down Texas Money at a moment's notice. They were helped out by Mizzino as well, And some great dive coming up from Summit there to focus on one single target and just get rid of them.
Yeah, Texas Money gets deleted so quickly there. You can see Dubu trying to guard that health pack. Wasn't needed as the health pack wasn't available, but really nice heads-up play there. And as you were saying, yeah, just completely combined between the Echo and the Tracer there. Dubu and Mizzino doing such a nice job cleaning up these kills.
Now XFD in the back trying to show some prowess on the Tracer themselves. On the Pulse Bomb, they land the stick and it takes down Mizzino. That is a lot of damage now out of the fight for Summit. They've lost that Echo. The Valk is going to have to get popped by Flighty so they can go for that Resurrection, get that Echo back into the fight. And with that, the numbers are back in favor of Summit. They are going to push this forward. The kill feed is all red on the left side right now. Texas Money trying to get in there. Too little, too late. That's going to be point A coming through. And Summit is really going to want to turn and get this momentum going, getting a little bit of ult charge there from Bob. That's going to help the healers get back to those ults a little bit quicker.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Bob kind of vaulted the payload there, it seemed like. They were definitely looking for it to contest. Just apparently not in the cards. Bob wanted to go hang out near the spawn and, you know, give Bolton Cake and Flighty some extra ult charge.
Well, Bob goes where Bob wants. He just a mind of his own, really. Just I've seen that Bob fly into many places you don't think it's possible to get that Bob, but if Bob wants to go there, he goes. And now the minefield is going to come up from Jen onto the point. Once again, zoning out members of Summit, not really trying to find those kills. And with that, trying to get back on out now as the rest of Solomon Islands are coming back in.
You can see Jen displacing so many people inside this little room as the bomb comes out. Doesn't find anything though.
Annie with a self-destruct there that looked to be a little bit high, wasn't able to finish anything off. A nice roll through from Jen finishes off Sephora, and now we are going to see once again Solomon Islands is actually going to stabilize here and start burning time off this clock. If they can hold on, this is a very tough place to push through this area with the choke.
Yeah, the end of this second point on Rialto is so tough on the attackers. It's a long walk coming back from spawn, and you're kind of forced into, you know, 1 or 2 chokes here, as Flighty does get taken out early here, so this is an early advantage here for Solomon.
And XFT follows it up, so there's no healers in the match right now for Summit. Both their support line members were taken out at the beginning of that fight, and that is always going to spell disaster when your supports are gone.
You can see Dubu trying to get out. They do manage to escape. It seemed like they had been corralled into a little bit of a corner there, so I'm a little surprised they made it out. They do almost have that pulse bomb here, and you can see XFD is ready and waiting for the supports.
Going into the backline, they're able to stick the Zenyatta. There was no projected bubble available from that Zarya, and that is going to finish the Zen off. Texas Money was able to get one with the Deadeye as well. And now the members of Summit are trying to come forward and get back into this fight. And it looks like it is going to be successful. Mac Tackle looking great on this Wrecking Ball, getting back in over the top, back on the payload. Nice drive coming through. And even though they have that Discord orb on them, Mac Attack is flying all over the place right now. And the rest of Solomon Islands has to be really careful. Mizzino could get into the backline and cause some major damage.
Mac Tackle with another minefield here, as well as Jen. So Jen's been so effective at blocking off these. Oh, and there it is. Yeah, huge. It is going to force out Bolton Cake's Transcendence.
That is a huge Transcendence. I feel like a couple members of the team would have gone down there if Bolton Cake didn't hit the Q button and get that one off. Mac Tackle getting back in onto the payload, throws down that minefield once again, but can't really get access to the point with the Cowboy on the high ground. Texas Money Jr. doing a good job of holding back that Wrecking Ball with their extra damage. Illuminate's able to come in and get a pick. Traded back and forth. Both teams have lost 2. That's going to cause Mizzino to throw down the duplicate. They're going to copy a Tracer, and we know that they can play this hero, and it's definitely showing. Getting into the backline, taking down Texas Money. One of the rare times you're not getting an ultimate with the Echo copy, but you're still getting value just from the neutral game.
Yeah, just managed to get that last bit of a pulse bomb to finish off Annie. And that's going to be the second point for them. You know, this has been a pretty effective attack for them. This is the toughest part of the map, I would say by far, is this last point on Rialto coming in towards the end of the third point. Things get really tight really fast.
Lady on this brig is able to take down XFD, being a bit of a bodyguard for their Zenyatta, just making sure that the other support is staying alive. And with that, the payload will start moving forward up this hill. Zeno up in the high ground trying to get some damage in. Dubu flanking over on the side, getting members of Sloths very low. Illuminous was down to probably sub 20 HP, but they were able to float on back out and stay alive for the time being. That's going to be a Deadeye coming up from Texas Money. They're able to help the Pulse Bomb go down from XFD, and the ultimates are coming thick and fast right now for the Sloths as they end up getting 3, so they spent quite a bit in that fight. They only have a self-destruct left to go, but it did pay off for them. They did stabilize the point, and now there's only a minute 15 left on the clock, and they really only need to win one more big fight to end this round.
Just the tanks for Summit are Sans ultimates now, both support, both DPS available, and as you said, only the self-destruct. This can be a really nice place to have a self-destruct. This kind of like weird underpass part. Here in Numbani, although it seems like it is being used to potentially remech, they get a kill though onto Dubu.
Annie, a nice play with the self-destruct, able to take that Tracer down, and now the ultimate's coming out once again. Smack Tackle getting up on the Wrecking Ball, causing havoc in the backline, forces on Flashbang to protect his money, but they're not quite able to finish him off, and Mazzino finds them with the self-destruct. So some again, once again on the front foot, pushing forward, seeing what else they can find in the way of frags. Dubu going forward, getting the other Tracer very low, and they finish off XFD with a nice melee blink combo. Getting close to the end here. This could be it. Jen coming back in on the Aretha, very close to the supercharger, but not quite there. And Dubu is just making sure it is difficult terrain to get onto this payload now for the members of Sloth. As they come back for one more recontest, time is off the clock now. We are into overtime. Missed pulse bomb there from Dubu. And Jedi comes out, big bomb comes out from Sephora. They're able to get 2, and with Dubu taking down the break, they are going to push it all the way in. Summit is going to get 3 points. It's just a matter of time. They push it in, and they get all 3 points taken. And on Rialto, that is always a win.
Yeah, being able to finish Rialto in general is...
I should clarify there. It's like a win in my books. It's not necessarily going to be a win.
No, I got you. I got you. No, it's you have to be happy to finish Rialto. We talked about how tight that last point can get. You know, it's such an open map, and then it seems like the last, 10, 20 meters, it's like you may as well come with a different composition altogether.
It's so hard, and we've mentioned before, especially on Anubis, you get that spawn advantage at the end. It's the same at the end of a escort map like this. Is the spawn advantage heavily favors the defenders, but great focus fire came out from Summit there. They're prioritizing targets correctly, and they were burning them down so quickly. The Solomon Island Sloths just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, so this is going to be it. So finishing the map, you got to be happy with that, but they're going to have a very strong defense if they'd like to pull ahead with their 3rd win. Looks like Texas Money Jr. opting for that Echo. Mazzino this time on the Pharah, so a little bit of a different look for them.
Yes, that will be pivotal. That battle in the skies between Texas Money Jr. and Mazzino. Only one can really reign supreme up there. I mean, they both will have mercy pockets as well, so it's going to be a fair fight.
Yeah, Texas Money hopefully able to put some pressure on a Mazzino. Someone is going to need to. With XFD on the Tracer, it really is going to be on the backup Texas Money to make sure that Mazzino is playing a little bit more honestly and force the play around cover in these sidelines.
So far, no eliminations quite yet for either team. Texas Money just trying to poke away with the Sphera and dodge the rockets coming out from Mazzino. Matt Tackle trying to get to the backline, cause some disruption with that Wrecking Ball. Right now, both teams playing it kind of safe, not wanting to give up that first elimination, and this fight is going to be very interesting to see which team wants to fully commit to it.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of trading and poking back so far. Teams just trying to build up those ultimates. Seems like Mazzino, getting close to the barrage, but only 60% really across the board. Flighty, getting close to the Valkyrie, but they're, the support both dead for Summit here.
And Jen and XFD were able to get in and get a couple kills for Solomon Islands, and that is going to enable them to push forward and get this payload moving and get it very close to the ender. Dubu is going to fall next as they were caught in the backline with no help, and they got burned down when they ran out of blinks. Mazzino just poking through it, now 85% up to that barrage. Payload getting very close to the end here, so there is going to have to be somebody from Solomon Islands come in to contest here, and they're going to have to deal with Mac Tackles getting in. Another stick comes out from XFD, not able to claim any victims this time as Texas Money gets in with the sticky bombs and gets rid of Mazzino. Now with the self-destruct coming out from Sephora, that is going to make it that much harder for Solomon Islands. Back Tackle coming back in, getting the minefield onto the objective. Texas Money Jr. has built himself up to a copy, and they decide to go for the 1v1 duel with the other Pharah. Which Pharah will reign supreme here? It looks like Mazzino will be the winner of the fight. However, the space was created by that ultimate for the rest of Summit to push that payload in and let this round, let Solomon Islands push that payload in and let this continue.
Annie has been so good on this diva. You could see Dubu starting to put some pressure onto Bolting Cake. Onto Illuminous, and Annie was all over them. Just great peel coming out for them, and it's not allowing Dubu to really get a lot done in the backline.
Mazzino with a nice boop there was able to get Illuminous into the drink. That is going to be an advantage for Summit, and they are going to hold on to this corner momentarily. A very important kill coming out there to get that Ana, who's only 75% up to that Nano Blade. Now the rest of Solomon Islands coming back here for another engagement on the objective, and Texas Money Jr. is going to start that off with a nice focusing beam kill onto MacTac.
Jen is finding a lot of room in this second point here, and they're able, the payload is just slowly pushing forward. Oh my god, the bomb from Annie! Specifically targeting Mazzino there.
That had the Pharah's name written all over it. Property of Pharah, just coming in with that bomb. You know who it was meant for. And now another minefield has to come out from Mac Tackle to try and slow down this attack. Dubu's able to get in and get rid of that Ana once again. Barrage comes out with a nice B-Matrix coming in from Texas Money Jr., who had copied the Diva. A very nice job in the end to use that defense matrix. Gets into the backline, throws down the self-destruct as they are running out of that copy time. And this payload is getting very close to the end, but luckily Dubu is coming back in on the Tracer. They're able to finish off Annie, and with the help of Mac Tackle, they will hold on to this point.
This is going to be a reset here from Solomon Island Sloths. Both of the support ultimates are available. XFD with the Pulse Bomb as well. Summit used quite a bit to hold on to that. This is really nice. This is a good place to be holding. You do want to invest these ultimates towards the second point of Rialto. But now there is just not much left here with Solomon Island coming in with some pretty big tools, honestly.
And Solomon Island once again starting off with a bang. Texas Money Jr. with another frag onto an enemy member to make sure that this fight starts off in their advantage. A couple of kills have come back the other way. Dubu is able to take down Illuminous once again. That Ana is always marked for death. Such a high priority target in the backline. Texas Money Jr. getting very low on that Echo and taken down by the focusing beam of Mazzino. This payload still has not made it through. The time bank is getting a little bit lower. Nice sweep coming out there from Illuminous to get the Wrecking Ball onto the ground. And now with this coming through, Solomon Islands just does not have enough members on the point to continue this push.
I do like this trade over to the Echo from Mazzino. You can see, they're extremely comfortable on it. But it seemed like they weren't getting quite enough from the Pharah, so this move over to the Echo gives them a little bit more, I'd say, like mobility, a little bit less height, a little bit more on the ground mobility. And they're already, already 75% up to a copy, which could be huge leading into the last fight and a half, really, of this map.
Summit has looked stronger and stronger as this defense has gone on as well. This is going to start off here with this self-destruct coming over the top. Tried to slant it down on the roof. Unfortunately, That tricky little play by Annie was not able to find anything. Now, once again, there is a bit of an echo duel coming out as Texas Money Jr. and Mazzino come back together once again. Texas Money has to fly away from this one. Mazzino is thrown on the duplicate onto the Diva, has a self-destruct urge, but does not pop it until the very end of the duplicate timer to make sure it gets all the value that possibly can out of that copy. Texas Money has done the same thing and has copied a Diva of their own, so a lot of Divas on the map there for a moment. Duba is able to get back in on this Tracer and seems to get those kills just when they need them. Flady is able to get a resurrection onto their Diva to get them back into the fight. There's only a couple members left of Solomon Island Sloths on the objective, and they have to stay there now as the overtime has been procced and it is starting to burn away. And these attackers need to stay on the point if they want to do anything, and it's going to get a lot tougher now. Mac Tackle coming over the top, throws down the minefield, and Pile Driver Combo is able to take down Shed. And this looks like it's all over. Summit is getting the kills. They have a Transcendence online. This is going to do it. Overtime is starting to burn down. Members of Solomon Islands coming back in one at a time, and that is all she wrote. It's going to go to Summit. They are going to take the win 2-1.
So close there from Solomon Island. It really did seem, they had a ton of time coming into that second point. It looked like they were going to be able to go the distance with it. So a really nice rally to pull that back from the brink.
Yes, they just got stronger as the map went on, and by the end, it just seemed there was no way that they were going to get broken down. A great defense coming out, and I think you did point it out as well, Aegis, a really smart move getting over onto that Echo.
Absolutely.
Really?
Texas Money Jr. had, getting these opening picks so often, so it wasn't a huge surprise seeing the move over to the Echo on the other side.
Yeah, really strong showing from both teams, and although Summit did drop a map and Solomon Island Sloths will be the first one to take a map off of them, Summit's still maintaining their very solid undefeated record, and they will now continue to hold the #1 slot solidly as we go into next week. And it would appear that we do have some interviews. We have a few people that will be looking to join us. Hello, everybody. We have Mac Tackle and Hayden. And we also appear to have Garden here. So congratulations, you guys, on your win. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling pretty average. Just a normal day in the life, honestly. Nothing new, nothing different.
As per usual, I just sit on the bench and watch my team deadlift me to getting dubs.
Not fair.
in BPL.
It's not fair.
That's just how it goes.
You're the best player in BPL.
I'm actually paying our team to let me continue beyond that. But no one else heard that. That's secret.
Yeah, don't say anything.
We didn't hear anything. No. Oh, just another day in the life for you, Mac Tackle, I suppose. A great showing from everybody all around. The ball play was quite inspirational, and the DPS duels between Dynamic and Texas Money Jr., of course, being a highlight. But all around, you guys were very solidly, again, have such synergy. Were you guys intimidated coming into this match by the enemy team at all, or was it just another day in the life for you?
We didn't know anything about this team coming in. We still don't know anything about them coming out. No, we just had to come in, play some games, have some fun, do what we do best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We just came in, we were like, okay, guys, people say this team is very good. And to be fair, they are very good. They played a very close game, a very fun game at that, too. I had very much good time playing against this team for the one map that I played.
Yeah, it certainly looked like a fun, very intense game. Of course, them now being the first team to take a map off of you, so it does remove that perfect record that you had going, but you do still solidly have the #1 slot here in the standings. You are now the only team to go 3-0 currently, and so you are in a very, very solid position going forward. You beat Ageless. Do you guys have any questions that you might want to ask after watching the game?
Personally, don't really have anything to add. I think you said it already. It was just such a fun game to watch. It was such a fun game for Ageless and I to cast. I had a blast, and good luck to you in the future with your future games. I hope you stay unbeaten.
Thank you very much. We plan on it.
Based.
We do.
Absolutely based.
I think we had like one scrim this week, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We won. We're not scrimming.
Oh yeah, we're taking a break. I need this break actually.
I told my team that if they won today, they would get no scrims during the break week. And guess what? No scrims.
Crazy how that works.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
That's
We hate scrimming so much that we won this game.
We hate playing Overwatch, man.
It's secretly just a whole ploy to not have to play as much Overwatch.
exactly.
Yeah, we'll probably hit the Osu
That's
duos
why
after this.
people want to win so they can play less. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Perfect.
Right, GG Summit, you'll play, well, the winner of one of tomorrow's games, which I should probably bring up here. You'll play the other 2-0. It'll either be Ruination or Monarch.
Well,
Any
Monarch
thoughts on
cannot
that
win
game?
that game. If Monarch win, we just lose. We're actually gonna lose like.
Oh
0-14.
no, Monarch's
that team
a
is
lot better
crazy.
than us. Yeah.
That team is just different.
You cannot ever dislike Monarch.
No one does it like Drams.
True. If we play Monarch, put all your channel points on Monarch. I beg you.
Yeah, no. I have to vote my team out of like formality, but like, please give us a chance, Solomon.
Well, we'll see what happens next week. But this is the schedule tomorrow. You guys will be playing someone from that third match. We've got some banger matches tomorrow, actually. Cabunga versus BDB. And we have Galaxy and Vengeance, which I know is going to be just a game of Overwatch that will be played with people on those teams. Certainly one of those. Then Ruination versus Monarch is the other 2-0 match. We'll get someone else in the 3-0 position. And then we have the Aces, who will be playing Overwatch as well. Talking of Aces, joined by Captain of Admin Aces, BP. Hello.
I thought this was the production one.
This is not the production one. This is the live stream one. How are you feeling about your match against 6 Piece tomorrow?
I think we're going to lose.
Yeah? How come?
Why?
We had a scrim yesterday, and we might have only played like one normal match. And then we played Diva Egg for like an hour. And then we played Infected for an hour.
Yeah, it's true. I was there.
Solomon to
Who knows?
Adminated? What?
No comment. Also, I was just on the ringer team. But you'll have Dean tomorrow, maybe? He's just going to lock Hog. He's just going to lock Hog, but...
Look, I don't know where Dean is. I don't know if he'll show up. I don't know where Hydra is. I don't know if Hydra will show up. Sometimes I don't even know if Coconut's going to show up. Like, we don't care. We don't need replacements. Like, if my team just doesn't... If we're like in play-ins and like none of the teams there, there'll be 6 bad Pachamaris ready and primed to go. So, we're going to win it all. Trust.
Hell yeah.
I'm trusting.
Cool, so that's tomorrow. Last game of the day, 7 Eastern. Well, whatever time it starts, I guess. We're a little late today, if you hadn't noticed. We are like an hour over the start time, but that's how it goes.
An hour and 4 minutes. Exactly.
Yep. So apologies for everyone for the delays, but it happens. We were testing out a bunch of stuff for next week, which is the Mayhem Full Classic. Very, very excited. If you didn't know, we are producing it. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have some other special things that I've just been doing some business meetings, business messages. We may be doing some other cool stuff about it. So stay tuned.
What other cool stuff?
I'll tell you later. We're on stream. Shush. That's all from us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you're here nice and early. We'll have 4 more really good games, including that other 2-0 match. So we'll fill out the rest of our standings for week 3. And then that's it for this week. We will have nothing next week because we'll be doing Mayhem. So it'll be a break week, essentially. We'll be back the week after. So 2 weeks free, basically have. 2 weeks from yesterday is the next BPL. You get it. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you all my staff and all the casters today. Done a really good job. I really enjoyed it from back in here. But we'll see you all tomorrow with some more BPL. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.